Alrighty. Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome in, welcome in. How we doing? It's patch week! This is a fun week. It's a fun week. I never get away from this. Is so rigged. Sorry, it's not meant to be rigged. And I can assure you it's actually not. Right, let's see what we've got on the cards this week then. Patch week. We have whole new zone. We have new dungeon. We have new delves. We'll have a new raid in a little over a week. It's a bit dark in here, isn't it? Should we get some more illumination in here? Let's see what the sunlight says. Ha! No sunlight. Aye, there's this. Aye. It's not really sunlight. Yeah, that's not really helped at all, has it? It's better. It's better. Right. Yeah, patch week. Is my game just not loading? Hello? Oh, it's just taking its sweet time. Okay. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Had a couple of days to refresh. Took it a little bit easier. No stress. With obviously next week being quite busy. There were some festivities and fun happening in the UK this week. Or the end of last week. No, this weekend, Saturday. There was the London Warcraft 30th event thing. Looked pretty fun. Bear, there we are. Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Hope you had fun over the weekend. I saw some of the festivities popping off. Right. The question is do we need to be doing much for patch week? Is there much we need to be doing? From a preparation standpoint, it's kind of weird. There's not a lot to be doing. Have I finished campaigns and stuff? Oh, I still have the Lingering Shadows campaign to do. Might not be a terrible idea to get that done. Might not be a terrible idea at all to get that done, actually thinking about it.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Whoa. 36 months.
Kuhani
What's
subscribed
this?
for 36 months
My man,
and says
thank you.
ornithologists of all genders can appreciate some great tits. A fellow lover of great tits, I see. Ornithologists and gamers alike can appreciate their beauty. And remember, check for a Twitch Prime to keep the fun going. Cheers.
Easy, Stanley. Easy. Good morning, good morning. 36 gracious months. I appreciate that, my man. Thank you very much. Bit of Zekvir action. I've done it once. I haven't done it on 2 question marks. I could technically if I wanted to, but there's a distinct issue with that. Don't really want to. It does give you the ghostly form version of the mount, doesn't it, or something like that? I don't even know. I could. Well, we'll see. We'll see. If I'm feeling like a challenge, we'll give it a go. Yeah, the void one. That's the one. That's the word I was looking for. We could potentially give that a go. Maybe, possibly. I'm not convinced though.
Sweet profit.
Oh, Goldson, my man. Welcome in. Welcome in. 38 hours to go. Feeling excited.
Golden TV subscribed for 8 months
Many
and says
excites.
38 HRs to go feeling excited.
HRs.
Excitement
Come on,
overload.
Stanley.
Only 38 hours to go until the gaming fun continues. Keep those energy levels high. Golden TV. And remember, check for a Twitch Prime to keep the adventure going strong.
Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Right. I guess we should just let's do the basics. Let's check our professions real fast. I hate how we get like sub 60 FPS in the capital city. It kills me. It really kills me. Bit of Zekvir today. Probably not. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. Probably not. Don't forget to pick up the healing buff from the Arathi Healing Hut, 5% max HP for 10 seconds if memory serves. It's probably not something I'm going to do. Don't get your hopes up. Don't get your hopes up. It's if that's the kind of thing I would probably progress and try and do off stream. Doing it on stream will just cause so much frustration for everybody involved that it's probably not going to happen. Smashing my face against the keyboard on a Monday morning is we're going for no stress, not maximum stress. That's the plan at least. Ooh, a couple of cheap orders. Trust Anthony to miss my 95 streak. You're going to have to mention it in chat. I don't see the streaks on my version of chat. But if you've pulled out a 95 streak, that's incredible. Oh, it does. It does. Might reset this on Wednesday. Stupid real life. Well, Wednesday, okay. Oh, well, it depends what we do on a Wednesday. Wednesday is probably going to be a monster of a stream. I'm not planning anything particularly crazy, but we'll, you know, there's lots to do on Wednesday, so loads to do. Might be slightly longer than normal. But thank you for that. That 95 stream streak is actually crazy. Right. Not much on the work order front by the looks of things. We will catch up on these knowledge points eventually. I do actually have 5,000 cards still to flip for the end of our 40k. I'm tempted to get those out of the way while I get some coffee in me. We sold a few things yesterday though. Let's grab a few bits and bobs. Bit of cash monies. Keep the revenue ticking over. Realistically, I'd want to be doing 300k a day though, in total, I think. If you can do 300k a day of just like raw revenue by crafting the odd bits and bobs, that'll add up to a token or so over the month, just to keep things ticking over. Not doing anything serious right now. Well, not until the new patch anyway. Should we craft a few bits and bobs? Should we see if there's anything worth crafting? Let's get the basics on the go. Let's actually play the game like a normal person. Well, like a normal goblin. Right, anything profitable? Let's have a look. Anything profitable? It's a few bits and pieces. 5k profit, 15% margin off 27k. Jesus. Times are hard. Times are hard. Holy. I wonder if it's taken into account all the stuff I've got in the auction house, which is nothing. Okay, that's good. Right, let's grab some mats. Flipping hell, some things are getting expensive. Nullstone's $2.25. I remember, I think I bought all of my Nullstones at about $150. I've since sold them all, so I made a quick buck or two on those. But yeah, it's a clear and obvious move as far as I'm concerned to not worry quite so much about buying things just before the patch, but trying to figure out where the ultimate low point probably lies. And if you can figure that out, it's an easy meal or two. Or blast for what it's worth on EU. 200 gold. Quick math. Guesstimation. 185 right now. That's 185 is probably about the cheapest they've been for a while. They sit at around 215. 215 is market value. They were up a little bit for a while, but they've been this sort of pretty reliably 200, 215 gold apiece. Pretty reliably. Alright, a couple of gems. See if this number goes up any substantial amount. If we get lucky on procs when crafting. If we're going to be crafting big quantities of things, we should get a resourcefulness potion on the go. Hello? There you are. $200 on an A. Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty much the same. It's interesting that Blasphemites, whilst they're no longer a byproduct of thaumaturgy, in a sense that alchemists aren't getting them for free. Alchemists, you know, have to consider some value from the Blasphemites to make the thaumaturgy work in the first place in most cases. It seems to be that the numbers tend to rotate around you smushing the materials and then smushing the thaumaturgens might just about push you into profit. But it actually is more revolving around Blasphemites in most cases. What you can then go and sell those Blasphemites for kind of dictates the... kind of starts to dictate the profit you make from thaumaturgy, if any. Some skinny margins on these stuff, but margin all the same. Making gilded vials, Q2 gilded vials? Chance of a reset on those probably. I would assume at least anyway. Let's get these marble stone crafting and then I'll go grab my coffee. Why is Q2... Oh, it's not so much that it's not so much that there's a huge change in the market value of this. It's just that, you know, you do sell it, and if you can craft it cheap enough, you can sell it at a profit, I guess. Easy win. Let's see if we beat the laws of averages on making this stuff. Never enough screen real estate, you know. That's why I want a 4K monitor. I know I'm always complaining I can't get more than 60 FPS in the capital city anyway. I'm sure playing at 4K isn't going to help things, but then I can tweak the UI so we can fit more on the screen. So I know it's entirely the reason why some people buy the super wide monitors, just so they can fit. You can have your WoW spread out. The only reason I'm not going for super wide, I have considered it. I've considered it very carefully. Do I get one of the super wide OLEDs? The issue for me is that they're mostly only 1440p at their highest value, and of course I would still only be able to stream in the, you know, traditional 16:9. So I'm probably going for 4K OLED instead. That feels like the sensible move rather than a super wide. Because I want to try, I don't know how feasible this is. I want to try, at least for Team YouTube. Unfortunately, this won't be a Twitch thing because Twitch doesn't support it. But I would like to try streaming in 4K on YouTube. See if that adds any value, adds any, you know, see what the logistics in that involves. I'm pretty sure playing a game at 4K is problematic in the first place, never mind locally recording, plus encoding, plus streaming. I'm sure there's some issues there, but, you know, we'll figure that stuff out. I want more screen real estate, that's what I want. I want more screen real estate. It might mean that everything ends up looking a little bit small on Twitch, but I reckon it's possible. I was going to grab coffee, wasn't I? Can't go wrong with 4K. Yeah. I don't actually think that WoW's that demanding to play in 4K. Wow, see, your frame rate in WoW seems to be so heavily linked to like just server limits, more than anything else. Like you see people with absolute monster machines, like top tier everything PCs that aren't getting more than 100 FPS in capital cities. So I think for, at least for crafting and stuff, it'd be possible to crank it up to much higher resolution, fit more on the screen. Maybe, possibly. Chris, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, we didn't quite get even remotely close to the observed there. Where did we lose? What screwed us? We got screwed on multicraft procs in the first place. If you don't keep up mathematically with the amount of multicraft procs, you're always going to fall behind with the amount of items, which is always going to mean that you struggle to hit the expected. Okay, you win some, you lose some on that one. You win some, you lose some. Let's get them on the auction house. Lots of undercuts, a few above max prices, posting at max. That's funny. That's going to be... Why is that the case? Above max, posting at max. Above max, post at normal is probably what I actually want. Yeah, I need to change that. Is there an option to above max, post at normal? If that isn't an option, I need to suggest to TSM it should be. Because there's always been this misconception with how Trade School Master has decided to name these values, that most people think normal price is somewhere in the middle of your minimum and maximum. And that's not necessarily true. Maximum isn't actually maximum. Maximum is just the amount, the maximum that you are willing to undercut. There's a second part to that sentence. When above maximum, post at normal. That is an option. Because your normal price is slightly different in terms of normal will almost never ever be used, especially if you're selling materials or doing things on the auction house, for example. Normal will almost never be used because normal only triggers when you are literally the only person selling that item. It might happen on some rare old transmog and dumb stuff like that, but in most circumstances, it will never trigger. But I tend to keep the threshold in which I will willingly undercut quite
Jack the Dipper
tight.
says, "You're not normal, Mantheus. Now shut up, chat."
Welcome in, Jack. Yeah,
Jack the
far
Dipper,
from normal.
a true connoisseur of chaos in the chat. Don't worry. Embracing uniqueness is key in the gaming world. And hey, remember to check for a Twitch Prime for some extra support. Keep on gaming.
Welcome in, Jack. Good morning, good morning. Yes, nothing but normal here. Leather working. That one go. Yeah, I tend to keep my minimum and my maximum price quite tight. And then if ever the price, for whatever reason, is wildly outside of that, I just post at my normal price. But normal doesn't have to squeeze in the middle of minimum and maximum. Right, send that to craft queue. Another 5k profit potentially. Of 40k worth of goodies. Some stuff selling in the background, which is a good start. It's entirely possible to squeeze out a little bit more profit than this by dealing with crafting some of the intermediates. But that's only really valuable if you are crafting in humongous quantities. I'm deliberately not crafting in humongous quantities. You know, my profits are only set to be like 5k or something, but because the profits are going to end up being quite small, I don't want it to take very long. Time is then something you have to carefully consider. If I was crafting 10,000 of a thing to sell over the next few days and weeks, then I might take a little bit more care into min-maxing and squeezing every penny out of it. But I'm in a position here where, you know, 10, 15 minutes on this toon, a couple of patron orders, a couple of little crafting sessions. If you get 20k out of that, it's the equivalent of an hour's worth of herbing and mining without too much effort. Still sort of fits the crafting ideology of that you don't have to spend as much time. You just have to risk some of your capital in the first place. And if you keep up with it consistently, you should do alright. Any resourcefulness proc stuff, we put those materials in the bank for the next crafting session. That means we need to risk less capital next time.
My directive
is the way I do it at least. Plus it means all other characters can pull from them if needed. Deposit those in there. War bank is getting pretty juicy. Plenty of mats in there now. I think, you know, one thing I probably could do with doing is getting those last 5k cards crafted. Because then that's that experiment put to bed then. Let's move on and do that. My after 2 days off, my scroll wheel finger is well rested. Well rested. I've real mixed emotions about the new patch. I can't lie. Real mixed emotions about the new patch. It's exciting because, of course, it's a new patch. It's the start of a new season. It's exciting in those regards. But there's this kind of bitter taste of that there really isn't that much going on from a goal-making perspective. And then there's that little bit of frustration that it is the absolutely perfect patch for them to have done something and they haven't. But I guess you can't win everything. We should be excited about the new patch at least. Right, is our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need to update this a little bit. Because I did some... No, not 65. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's still fine. We've It's a little bit of a mini update then. I've got 5,000 cards left to flip. Which, if I'm right, they should be in my war bank. There we go, 25. That should be exactly 5,000 cards left. From even the basic trash cards, we've broke even on what it cost us to do. So all of this is like our profit that we need to divvy up, obviously. If we want to look at it on a per hour basis, it's probably not that lucrative, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's an alternative to herbing and mining. That's the way I look at it, at least, anyway. Let's see if we can start with a nice big juicy epic card. Got a little bit of hype for it because hunter pets can be specced into any role. Yeah, Yeah, hunters do get some quite... Hunters across the board get a few interesting changes. Big changes to marksman. Not that I really particularly play marksman. I'm pretty BM for life. Always kind of have been. Am I right in believing that hunters actually get a bloodlust or heroism, whichever, whether you're team red or team blue? Hunters get a bloodlust or heroism without needing a specific type of pet as well, I think. Pets get just a generic ability now, I think. Which is, I get called out on that a few times. If I'm doing random dungeons or something, people will be like, Hunter, pop bloodlust. And I'm like, sorry, wrong pet. Sorry, wrong pet. I won't have that excuse anymore, will I? I only reacted to the fact that I can have a tank kiddie if I want. Yeah, that's true. That works. 11.1.5 might be a profession patch to spice it up a bit. Well, we got the Nax attunement and the tier 3 stuff in 11.1.5. Sorry, 10.1.5. They did do something a little interesting last time, but they were far more forthcoming with changes in Dragonflight, even though at the time it didn't really feel like it. You know, you should always consider that it could be worse. It could be worse. Don't complain, it could be worse. (11.1.5) all ground mounts will then be able to drive, at least the majority. Yeah, I'm not sure we want that. That would be a bit silly. Having your spectral tiger drifting around corners. I want my snail to drive. Yeah, completely the, like, what, name your car Turbo. That would actually be quite cool. A Bruto race. Oh, okay. Now you're thinking. Now we're thinking. That's not a bad idea, you know. That's not a terrible idea at all. We'll get to see definitively whether the OG or the pay-to-win Bruto is faster and better. Put that argument to bed good and proper. Scream yabba dabba doo. Yeah. You get your little feet just running and then you start moving. So now that we're going to get player housing, something that we've cried about for years, what do you think's actually next on the list? WoW 2. WoW 2. Or what should probably be considered
Jack the Dipper says,
a proper
"Yabba dabba
cataclysm.
do."
A proper cataclysm.
Yabba dabba do, to, do, indeed, Jack the Dipper.
Do,
Bringing that
do, do,
Flintstones
do.
energy to the chat, I see. Keep the fun vibes going strong, and don't forget to check for a Twitch Prime for extra gaming perks.
It's interesting that Stanley recognised that as Flintstones as well. I wonder if Flintstones has trademarked it or something. But yeah, I'm pretty sure WoW 2's got to be the next big one for people, isn't it? I think the enthusiasm towards Classic and Classic's derivatives over the last couple of years should really show Blizzard that there's a strong want for something like that, and that retail has just become arcade cash cow. That for the most part, when you look at, like, I know internet metrics are maybe not
Jack
the
the Dipper says,
best example
Stanley,
of this, but
can you sing part of the Flintstones theme song? Well, Jack the Dipper, I could certainly try, but I wouldn't want to cause any prehistoric disasters. Maybe I'll stick to gaming commentary instead. And remember, check for a Twitch Prime.
probably because it's copyright. I think the appeal for Classic really shows, or should show, Blizzard that people want like a solid RPG MMO that they can get their teeth into again. Retail doesn't give those vibes, and internet sort of metrics showcase that Classic is significantly more popular from a stream perspective these days. YouTube content, I would say there is a distinct decline in YouTube content for World of Warcraft in general. There's arguably not the money in it anymore. I don't even think there's really much opportunity for many creators to really pop off and get big. Honestly, I think the heyday was like your Mad Season sort of era. Mad Season in his prime was kind of like the heyday where there was just like WoW, like proper WoW commentary stuff, like from some very good creators quite frequently. There were certainly some channels that are doing very well for themselves. You know, your Signs of Kalani and Mr. GM is doing really good things, and Bellula is just, Bellula's just Bellula. But I'm not really sure there's the same demand for like retail level content anymore because it's so arcadey. This is why Dan, I think Mr. GM is doing a really good job, because he's pushed into a market that's really the last surviving market, I think, for retail at least, which is just news and updates. Because Blizzard have never really done any of this themselves. Somebody that's like solid, trustworthy, reliable for like news and updates is doing really well. But there isn't so much like entertainment based content realistically anymore for WoW. It's all just kind of like factual or informative. Classic, on the other hand, because it's a little bit more slapstick, a little bit more silly. You know, Season of Discovery and hardcore mode and this sort of stuff, and then the recent dominance of things like OnlyFans makes it more entertaining, technically.
Goldston TV says, hello Stanley, do you think Blizzard should relaunch vanilla World of Warcraft from scratch, using a modern, updated game engine? Goldston TV, a thought-provoking question. It's certainly a hot topic among WoW fans. A modern twist on vanilla WoW could attract both old and new players. And don't forget, check for a Twitch Prime for more gaming goodness.
I'm not sure an updated engine version of WoW of Classic, because people don't. It's like RuneScape. People don't play RuneScape for its high tier graphics. People play RuneScape for the gameplay loops, and the mechanics of the game, and that's what vanilla has to offer. Vanilla doesn't offer fancy graphics and high fidelity gameplay, so I don't think it really makes a huge amount of sense for Blizzard to try and do that. If they were going to do that, if they were going to take the time and the effort to build or utilize an existing engine to redo a version of WoW, they'd be 20 times better doing it for retail, because that audience genuinely wants it. The classic audience isn't looking for like super high quality gameplay, for like graphically, I mean. Classic's an MMO that's an adventure and a challenge. Since we got flying, you just fly to the enemy, attack it, and fly off. Back in vanilla, you couldn't do that. Well, yeah, I've said it for years that Blizzard absolutely hated their decision to add flying into Burning Crusade, and pretty much from the minute that they launched Burning Crusade, they were trying their hardest to remove flying from the game again. Even going into Wrath of the Lich King, let's not forget that you weren't allowed to fly until you hit level 77 in Wrath. That was that was like the first thing that was like, oh, okay, we've added this flying, but we know flying is going to be OP. Even going into Wrath, you had to get to level 77, unlock Cold Winter flying, before they'd allow you to fly. And then they deliberately built 2 zones that were pretty much designed for flying in mind. Storm Peaks and Ice Crown. And every expansion you go on from that, you can see how Blizzard were doing their absolute best to restrict flying as much as possible. This is why I think Dragon Riding's much, 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 much better. There's always that permanent, persistent argument with, oh, well, I have mobility issues and it's harder for me to use dragon flying than it is regular flying. And yeah, I get that. There's an accessibility issue there. But from a strictly gameplay perspective, the gameplay is better with dragon riding rather than just regular fly hack type flying that we had before. I see some purple in there. Welcome in, Nata. Yes, we've had we've had. This is across 40,000 cards, so we've done all right. We've not pulled any purples today, but this is the last stack of cards. We've got 4,000 cards left, so we've got 10% of the way to go, and then we can do the final maths. Welcome in, though. Welcome, welcome. Ashes of Creation not implementing Flyer only for the mayor. I've not seen enough about Ashes of Creation to know much about it yet, but I would suggest that if they can do away with like ground mounts are fine as long as they're not too fast. What you don't want to do with any sort of transport mechanic is nullify the dangers that are meant to be around you. This is why historically most RPGs keep you on foot. At best, they'll put you on the back of a horse, but that horse will still get scared by a wolf that jumps out at you, you know? Flying was probably not even that hard to argue one of Blizzard's worst decisions. But it goes to show that when you add something to the game, you're going to have backlash if you then take it away, because there's no question about it. It's more convenient to fly somewhere, to go up, fly across all of the dangerous shit, and then drop down exactly where you need. And, you know, at the end of the day, players are going to see that as such a massive quality of life improvement that you give it to them, you can't really take it away. Let's not forget, like in most games, fly hacking is exactly that. It's considered a hack. It's considered so powerful that the game devs deliberately don't allow you to do it, and it's considered a hack to be able to do it. But, you know, back in the vanilla and the Burning Crusade days, Blizzard were still learning what worked and what didn't. In Legion, they did it perfect. Go first, play without flying for 3 to 4 patches. It was still problematic, though, wasn't it? It was still problematic. They still had to give us a flight whistle, let's not forget. Like, it was problematic in a way, keeping you locked to the floor, because people had the luxury of being able to fly. Like I said, you give somebody a luxury like that, it's super difficult to then take it away from them without them complaining. Gameplay in Ashes is going to be great, but the story so far is not that great. I mean, I'd say retail WoW's got the exact same problem. I've said as well for a long time, I'm pretty sure Blizzard can write a good story, but they sure as shit can't tell a good story. They might be able to write a good book, but when it comes to translating that into game, they are dog shit. Because, unfortunately, they prioritise money first. So I'm not entirely sure that a strong storyline will be needed as long as the gameplay is really good. I mean, I've got nearly 3,000 hours in Factorio, and there's basically no story in that. You know, story is a bonus if you can do it well, but ultimately it's down to gameplay. If you had ground mounts with the same speed as flying, it'd be less of a problem, but traveling with nothing happening is such a waste of time. But then you can look back at the gameplay aspect of that and say, right, well, if there's need for you to travel for a long period of time from like one side of a map to another, that's just a poor gameplay design fundamentally. Because yes, in that scenario, it would be a waste of time. What they should be doing, and this is actually what Vanilla sort of did reasonably well with, is that there was lots of little nitty-gritty quests that would send you to the arse end of nowhere, it felt. But the reason it was doing that was it was basically telling you that you're about strong enough now to go to this zone, or at least you should go and explore this zone, maybe grab your flight path, maybe set your Hearthstone there or something. Like, you should be progressing to this zone now. You're getting too strong for this one. You're going to make one trip and you'll see something new along the way, so it should be quite interesting, even though you're spending 15 minutes doing nothing but riding down a path. But up until now, you've been scared to go down that path because the monsters were too strong. Now you're strong enough to actually go there and see it. So Vanilla did that quite well. And those little feeder quests, which are always really annoying, that just sort of, you know, feel like, oh, I had to spend 20 minutes traveling halfway across the map and I got 10 experience. No, the point is you were meant to go to that new zone and stay there for a while and do all the quests in that zone. But, you know, when people follow add-ons these days, and Vanilla is 20 years old and it's been, you know, optimized to within an inch of its life. You know, add-ons will tell you, go here to unlock a flight path and then travel all the way back, because that 10 minutes there, 10 minutes back is still actually time better spent than trying to grind the new quests in the new zone that you're sort of ready for, but they're not optimal. So it'll send you back, you know, which distracts a little bit from what the actual game design was to begin with. Not a single epic yet. We got to be careful how many cards we open. We're 1,500 cards almost so far now. Barely a rare, never mind an epic. I don't see story as a bonus. For me, a game is like a good movie. Lord of the Rings wasn't good because of the graphics, but because of the game. I never played Lord of the Rings online. I've never, like, even though I was of the generation, I never really enjoyed Lord of the Rings. The films were far too long. They were entirely designed for people that had read the book. I'd never read the book. I just never got into Lord of the Rings. Is there a way to sort items in the guild bank? You can do it in your inventory and bank and war bank, but no option for the guild bank. There's been a couple of add-ons over time that work for sorting the guild bank, but they are very unreliable and very slow, and they also tend to only do one tab at a time. If you want to sort all of your tabs out, then they basically don't work. So the easy answer is sort of, but not really. Was it called Sushi Sort? Was that the one that sort of did it? It sort of put things in a rough order. Never read the book. Can we even be friends anymore? I can count on one hand the amount of books I've read in my entire life. I don't read. It's probably why I'm terrible at spelling. I've pretty unanimously played video games my entire life for entertainment purposes. There was a period of my life where I watched a reasonable amount of films, but I didn't really watch a reasonable amount of films until I had disposable income to purchase DVDs, for example. And you know, usually as a kid, you're kind of at the mercy of what's on TV and what you're allowed to watch. It's never too late to start reading books. It's not that I object to reading, I just don't find the same level of entertainment from it as I get from playing a video game. And if I'm going to sit and do something in my spare time, you know, if I'm going to be sat in one place, I might as well be using a mouse and a keyboard rather than reading, is the way I've always looked at it. And I don't really object to reading per se, but I'd be more inclined to read autobiographies about interesting people than I would be like fiction. I read an awful lot of books about sales and marketing at one point. Well, I say an awful lot, probably 5 or 6. Non-interactive ways of spending time bores me too fast. Yeah, I always said this. I always said that, like, soon as I start sitting down watching TV or putting a film on, I am fast asleep, like, almost instantly. And I don't know, well, I've always played video games. I don't know how else to describe it other than I've literally always played video games from the age of like probably 4. I could touch type before I could touch type before I went to school. So before the point where you're being taught about the alphabet and reading and writing and that sort of, I could touch type on a keyboard. Sure, I probably wasn't spelling complex sentences or anything, but you know, that just goes to show I was born at a computer screen. I sometimes read anime subtitles. Does that count as reading? Sort of. Oh, we got a 500 gold one. Getting there. I mean, we should, in theory, get 2 epics out of these 5,000 cards, if past maths is true. Although we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 epics, and we're on the way to 40,000 cards now. So it's looking more like 1 epic every 3,000 cards at this rate. This for me is partly the reason why I'm looking to invest a bit of money in fixing up my PC, making it a bit stronger. You know, it's why I've been so keen to get one of these new graphics cards, simply because I want to go out there and play some of these other sort of newer, more high fidelity games, but I want to play them sort of, you know, at good quality as well. I've lived for 20 years basically with a PC that can play WoW and not much else. And for a long time, you could play WoW on a potato. And so it was fine to have a mediocre average PC. But like, PC gaming as a hobby is becoming more and more expensive. Holy. How much do you spend crafting them? Up the top, all 40 cards cost us about 125k in total. I zeroed my bags of gold before we started as well. So, like, we've recuperated our cost of the cards just by the, you know, the trash vendor ones. I mean, they're all vendor cards, but like the sub 500 gold cards, we've recuperated our cost on. Time is more questionable. The time sync of this is more questionable, but for the fact that I believe you can pretty much 80% AFK this whole process if you wanted to, because you don't necessarily need to stand in one spot flipping coins if you're flipping cards, unless you're deliberately trying to burn through a big chunk of them in as short amount of time as possible. You just macro. I've just got 2 macros that spin the mouse wheel right now. You just macro / use Fated Fortune card into all your abilities and then go run some dungeons or level some alts or something, and you'll accidentally flip all of the cards. You know, wombo combo mode. Did I? Wow, that was clever. I left it at exactly 3,000 cards. Right, 3k to go. Sushi Sort works, but it's hella slow. Yeah, because what it's basically doing is taking the item out of the bank and then putting it back in again. And you know how slow the guild bank is in the first place. So yeah, it's no different to you manually reorganizing it. That's basically what it's doing. It just does it without you actually having to think about it. Sushi Sort historically also crashed a lot though. So you kind of do just have to sit there and watch it do its thing. There was well, on that note, they were saying that they were going to change the way the bank worked in this expansion, The War Within. That it wasn't going to be something that was ready for launch, they said, but something that they want to unify all of the banking UI. So now the War Bank and the Guild Bank and things like your reagent tab all use a similar UI. What they want to do is to switch the regular bank to no longer use bags, but to use tabs, much like the War Bank and the Guild Bank. They want to unify all of the interfaces. So your bank, your War Bank, your Guild will all work the same. They said it wasn't going to be ready for launch, but they've also said nothing about it ever since. It's not realistically a big change though, is it, at the end of the day? It's just something that they'll slip into maybe 11.15 or 11.2 or even 11.2.5. The only difference is going to be when they come out and say, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to charge you to unlock your bank tabs. You know, all of those bag slots you've had for years. Yeah, you're going to have to rebuy those. Sorry. I still haven't spent 2.5 million unlocking the last Warbank tab. I might be a millionaire in this game, but there are some things that I can't stomach paying for. Why charge once when you can charge twice? Exactly. Only double dip? What about that triple and quad dip business? Yeah. We don't want your money. We want all your money. Subscription tabs? Oh my god. Oh my god. For the low, low price of $9.99.99, unlimited storage space. Fuck, I'd pay that. I'd actually pay that. $9.99 a month, unlimited storage space. Yep. Get in my belly. Unlimited Warbank storage. Yes, please. All day. That's free to play sort of monetization though. And I don't ever want to see World of Warcraft go free to play. That might sound crazy to say, but the day that World of Warcraft goes free to play, or even the day they remove the monthly subscription, not that they ever will, but if they were to ever consider making it, you know, buy the game, and then, you know, no monthly subscription. If you think we've got a bot problem now, you have seen nothing yet. You have seen nothing. If you think there's a bot problem now, holy, you wait till the game goes free to play and bots can just spin up accounts faster than you can literally blink. This is why MMOs kind of have to have, you know, for an MMO to survive very, very long, you kind of gotta have a subscription on it. Because even the billions of accounts I imagine Blizzard bans, like, the problem would be 10 times worse if the game was free. Right, I am slightly starting to believe these epic cards don't exist anymore. I might need to reset Journalator's data after these cards, you know. 40,000 entries of Fated Fortune cards sold to vendor might gum up the entire system. Although it's probably no worse than buying a Boreal Shards in Shadowlands. I wish I had this. I wish I could remember the numbers. There was, I think I'd spent over 100 million gold on a Boreal Shards in Shadowlands. I can't remember exactly what the number was, but it was like more than the gold I had at one point. Ace has heard that you're wanting a new mouse. Fragrance mouse? What the hell? Scent your space, perfect your pace. The fuck is this rubbish? Compact, versatile mouse that features ergonomic low noise design. Boasts an internal fragrance compartment with a refillable vial for aromatic oils and scents. Ew. No thanks. No thanks. I want my mouse to smell of dead skin cells, please. Yuck. Get out of here. And it's pink. Get out of here. Looking at roughly 200k profit. Yeah, somewhere in that region. Big Battle Bear Flipper here, 4.1 million profit. Yet today I'm 24 mil in the red until raid launch and the first vault opening. Go for it. Go for it. Then be some big numbers. Then be some big numbers. I've flipped most of my 11.1 adventure stuff. Whether we buy some more up next week when inevitably some prices crash is still to be decided. It depends just how serious I want to get with crafting stuff. One of the big reasons why I'm not so much into heavy investments is mostly because I don't want that tying me down. I kind of enjoy the flexibility I have these days of being able to see the patches for what they are, and if one absolutely stinks, that I don't feel tied to it and can just put it down. Concentration craft is my biggest concern. Spent a lot of gold setting them up. So still okay if I get that 24 mil back. Concentration values won't be anywhere near what they were in Season 1. But I still suspect you'll see steady, consistent profits from them. I'm intrigued to see just what the enchanting market does in Season 2, because I don't think it's going to be as explosively profitable as it was in Season 1, because my suspicion... well, it depends how much of an impact enchanters... It depends how much of an impact enchanters not making crests has on the rest of the enchanting market. It doesn't sound like a big change, but crests was the #1 sink for quality 1 mats. Because quality 1 mats aren't being used in concentration. Quality 1 mats certainly aren't being used in creating much of anything else. So you needed somewhere for those quality 1 mats to go. Those quality 1 mats, though, those quality 1 enchanting mats might not really have anywhere particularly to go when they're not being sunk into crests. And if they don't have anywhere to go, That means they stack up, and it means when they stack up, they get cheaper. And I suspect we might start seeing rank 1 Stormdust be in the same sort of vein as the basic leathers, for example, as something that you might consider actually smushing it through thaumaturgy. Where's the this? What does Stormdust can give you? Mycobloom, Weaver's Cloth, and Bismuth. Well, we know historically that Weaver Cloth maintains its value quite well, because although it can be farmed, people don't like doing it. 2x4 farming is really the only way to go about getting this. There has to be a strong 2x4 farm for this stuff to be printed. And in fact, flipping running a dungeon 10 times an hour is the best way to get Weaver Cloth right now, and that still hasn't tanked the price particularly hard. Mycobloom is already problematic at low quality, even though it's used in a huge amount of stuff. It's still quite often a candidate for smushing in the first place. Kind of leaves this loop being Weaver Cloth and Bismuth if you end up breaking down Stormdust. That will, if Stormdust ends up getting so cheap though, you know, there's a knock-on effect throughout the rest of it, you know. Is there anything that you would historically break down that gives Stormdust? Which one of the... Oh, well, it works the same in reverse, doesn't it? So if you break down Mycobloom, Weaver Cloth, or Bismuth, you'll get Stormdust. So, yeah, when breaking down Mycobloom, you'd occasionally get Stormdust. That takes all of the value off this. That takes more value off there. Yeah, it might have a bit of a knock-on effect. Might have a bit of a knock-on effect to the overall price of materials, not having enchanters. Just something simple, right? This is the difficulty of having all the materials interconnected via thaumaturgy. The Blizzard has to be really careful to make sure that one of them doesn't stack up particularly higher than the others. And I'm not sure, because it's difficult to quantify, but I'm not sure, because let's think about how you get enchanting materials, right? You get enchanting materials by crafting greens or blues and then disenchanting them. Now, even the best disenchanters out there still get a roughly equal ratio of Q1 to Q2 to Q3. We know that the Q2 and the Q3 mats are still going to see the same demand they always have. But when they struggle to sell the Q1 dust as well as they have done now, that's going to need to be something that's accounted for. That's going to chip into the profits of disenchanting. That means those disenchanters will in turn be willing to pay less for the materials that go into crafting those greens and those blues. So it brings down the value of cloth pretty substantially. It will bring down, I'm assuming, blacksmith. What's the... It's probably cloth braces and blacksmith hammers, isn't it? It's probably cloth braces more than anything else. In essence, it brings down the value of cloth a little bit more. You know, they're all somewhat interconnected now via thaumaturgy. So we'll see what comes of it. Obviously, every season's different because, you know, good old supply and demand. You're always guessing. I need to find a way to make like 2 mil. Maybe I should make 400,000 Fated Fortune cards. I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it. What's What's 2 mil cost these days in tokens? 2 mil's like, what, 5 tokens? $100? What's the strong desire for 2 million gold all of a sudden? This will bring more mats down in price too. Thaumaturgy will destroy prices. Well, Thaumaturgy is always going to rotate the materials around to a, to a normalized point. This is why Blizzard needs to be super duper mega careful that they don't make one single material vastly more abundant than another. And it's what kind of slightly worries me about this change with enchanting. The enchanting materials was, I wouldn't say balanced, but there was a use for all 3 qualities. Now there's basically no use for Q1 enchanting mats. Other than for maybe leveling enchanting. But as we know, leveling enchanting doesn't take a huge amount of stuff now. You can get you get to 50 like super easy. So, and the reality is in season 2 of a patch, how many people are setting up enchanters? We'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see what happens. I don't always have too much confidence in Blizzard thinking these things through. I get why. I mean, they even said it in that little blue post that popped up over the weekend. In fact, I should probably link that. I was considering there's a chance that people didn't even spot it because they released it on a Saturday morning or something stupid. Where did it go? We'll go through it in a minute. Where'd it go? Yeah, why they start putting patch notes out on a Saturday morning is beyond me, but... So, they put this out a couple of days ago, just giving some clarification to things. So, with 11.1, there's the opportunity to reset your specs, which can be done once per Dragon Isles profession and once per Kazangar profession. Doing so will unlearn all recipes and benefits granted by your specializations, but it will refund your knowledge points. The following NPCs allow you access to this feature. Darla Fluxy in Dornogal, and Cybern can be found in Valdraken's Artisan Market next to the Jewel Crafting Station. Not much to say about that other than most people probably won't ever need it or use it. Not at this point. It's just something that's a system that they will maybe carry into the next expansion as like default next time for those who make mistakes. But yeah, it's the where is it? Once. It's a one-time use thing, so I would keep it around like a potion in an RPG. Let it sit there and never use it. Half a year too late. I would go as far as to say 2.5 years too late, to be honest. This should have probably been there at the beginning of Dragonflight, in all honesty, considering we were going into a system of which most people had absolutely no idea how it worked. And so clearly mistakes were going to be made, and clearly mistakes were made. A one-time reset, I think, could have fixed an awful lot of issues. But the fact that there wasn't a one-time, the fact that there wasn't a reset gave advantage to those people who went into the expansion prepared. So, Enchanted Crests, though, this was the thing I was talking about a minute ago. To help simplify some of the crafting process, Enchanted Crests are no longer made by enchanters and are instead purchased from the Enchanting Supplies vendor or Cyanite outside of the Crafter's Enclave in Dornogal. A subtle change, but, to help simplify the crafting process. Heralding kind of what I've been talking about recently on the stream over the last week or so anyway, that we are probably going to see a lot more of these simplifications coming in the next few patches as we head into midnight. As the general consensus towards crafting, and I say general consensus, I'm talking about general in terms of outside of this little goblin bubble that we live in. The general consensus is crafting's too complicated, crafting takes too long, and there's not enough benefit of trying to bother. Those are three things that are pretty well adopted opinions by most people that play the game. And so I think they're going to have to. They're forcibly in the position now where they have this scenario where for crafting to have any value in the game whatsoever, it has to make gear that is useful towards the end game, which they've nicely found a solution for now. But at the same time, they also have to make it not so disgustingly gross that most players don't want to do it. That is just adding friction where there isn't need for friction, and so starting to simplify it is something that they really need to do. Take one link of the chain away by having to find that enchanter first to enchant your crests is the first simple thing. My thinking, though, is what is the knock-on of that? What's the snowball effect? What's the chaos theory of implementing this? Well, the chaos theory approach to this is that, well, if crests were a big consumer of rank 1 enchanting mats, then what's going to happen to rank 1 enchanting mats? Well, rank 1 enchanting mats are going to start piling up because there's now no real use for them. When they start piling up, they start getting cheaper. When they start getting cheaper, they can potentially start getting thaumaturgized. When they can start being thaumaturgized, that turns that dust into yet more of another material. That in turn can pull the price down of those materials as well. This could really have a snowball effect over a few weeks, over a few months, of really pulling the prices on most materials down even further. So we might end up seeing, just from one tiny little change, we might start to see an even more aggressive trending down in the value of mats over the patch. Enchanters wanting to get the money back that they're losing from those crests, making enchants pricier, can be an after effect. Well, probably not. Probably not, because unfortunately the market doesn't really allow for that. Because crafters don't really dictate the price of what they sell things for. The market demand dictates the price that they can sell something for. So, sure, enchanters would like to charge more for their enchants, but when they take them to the auction house, if they want to sell them, they have to sell them at the going market rate. Crafters don't. This is something that is, you often see people who don't do too much crafting state that, like, oh, these greedy goblins, they charge so much for all their crafting stuff. And they're greedy goblins. They want to make so much money, But the reality is most crafters don't get to set the price. Most crafters aren't setting the price that they sell things for. They sell things for as much as somebody is willing to pay for them. And as long as there's some value in doing it, crafters will do it. And as soon as there's no value in doing it, they stop doing it. And as soon as they stop doing it, the prices tend to rise because the supply dries up. And then, the circle begins again. What you will start to see, though, is a stack of those Q1 mats. I can't possibly see where else Q1 mats are going to go. Is there any other? Let me have another quick look. Just make sure I'm not missing some vital. Is there another strong sink for Stormdust Q1? Stormdust, Reagent 4, Enchants are subject to quality. Mana oils are subject to quality. Finishing reagents are subject to quality. Enchanted crests are, 100, 60, 30 a time was a big sink, and they were, these are not subject to quality, in essence meaning you use quality 1 mats because you don't need to use higher quality mats. Enchanted spearwood wands would be something to potentially keep your eye on as a shuffle option, maybe. Depends what codified greenwoods at quality 1 end up costing. That might not be viable. In fact, it's probably not. Exquisite weaver cloth bolts are... I wonder if... Can tailors get away with using Q1 dust in order to make Q2 exquisite weaver cloth bolts? I think they can. I think tailors can make Q2 exquisite weaver cloth bolts using only Q1 dust. But that would probably then mean that they need Q2 weaver cloth bolts as well. Can you have both of these at Q1 yet still make Q2 exquisites? If you can, that maintains quite a high sink for Q1 dust. Yeah, you can. Okay, this one single material might be a bit of a saviour then. Because we know categorically that Q2 exquisite weaver cloth bolts sell remarkably well and are in high demand for further down the chain. So that will at least keep some demand for Q1 dust. Some, It's still less because, crests were definitely a big sink of it. For every single gilded crest that was made, that's 100 Q1 dust, just poof, gone. That's the equivalent of 100 weaver cloth bolts at Q2. Nobody cares about the gleeful glamours enough for it to make a difference. These are all subject to quality. Mirror powder's the same. Oils are subject to quality. What's the enchanters out there? What's your go-to green item to disenchant these days? What's the maths on the go-to green? Chef's hats? Or, well, arguably any of these, really. Or just hats in general, right? Because it's 3 moss wool, 2 storm dust, 1 exquisite. Was that an... This is more so to give yourself the chance of turning that Q1 dust into Q3, right? You risk your Q1 dust plus the cheapest exquisite you can make. So more Q1 dust. You're recycling, basically. You're recycling your Q1 dust into giving you the chance to proc more Q2 and Q3, right? So the abundance of Q1 dust will cause more of that to happen, which will also subsequently pull down the price of Q2 and Q3 dust also. Is Q1 and Q2 dust about the same price these days? Has there been a distinct difference? So there is a bit of a significant difference in the price of dusts even today. 15 gold market rate, but that's up as of recent on Q1. Q2 is 55% up as well. And Q3 is also up by similar numbers, but at least there's a distinct disparity in price between the three. So people either... Yeah, people clearly use people use hats, tailoring profession hats, as a way to reshuffle Q1 dust into potentially Q2, but preferably Q3. And any Q3 they go out and sell. Any Q2 they probably sell, and any Q1 probably just keeps running through the mill until it disappears. Well, at least we know it will pull down the price of Q2 and Q3 as well. So these prices that are currently up and up by a big chunk, expect there to be... I mean, the fact that Q2 Storm Dust is up by like 50% right now. I bought huge amounts of Storm Dust at Q2 for like 12 gold a piece. And I recently sold it all for like literally double my money. I expect that to go back down to 12 gold pretty goddamn fast. Maybe not within the first couple of weeks, but pretty fast. Because we might see Q3... This is why concentration enchanters will see, you know, going from like 2 to 5 gold for your concentration. You might see that number go back up to about 10, because the demand is at the material that sets the market price is Q3 right now for the most part, because that dictates the deterministic crafting price of a Q3 enchant. But of course, quality 2 is still utilized with concentration, but the demand is here technically. Whether you get it by using Q2 and concentration, or you get it by just using Q3 natively, this is actually what dictates the price. And this has only risen by about 20% recently. I don't think we'll see enchants be super profitable to mass produce in Season 2, but I do think the value of concentration will take a bump. But long term, these are all going to crash pretty hard, I think, in Season 2. I think these will all crash pretty hard in Season 2. In terms of tuning, just to cover this a little bit, multiple weapon enchants, the embellishments, and some of the consumables are underperforming and have received the following tuning changes. Siphoning stiletto damage, effect to enemies is increased by 7%. The enchanting weapon enchants, fiery resolves healing is increased by 42% at quality 1. And by 23% at quality 2 and 3. This is not a big seller by any means anyway, because it's healing. Authority of Air, damage absorption has been increased by 148 at Q1 and doubled at Q3. This is purely, I imagine, to keep these in line with, you know, the big set of stat increases we get in Season 2 because of item level. So although these numbers look like they're going up by huge amounts, relatively, they're probably going to perform about the same as they did in Season 1. The reason they're saying they're underperforming is because everybody's stats has got higher. All the numbers got bigger, but the enchants didn't. This is often why, this seems like a weird thing, but this is often why they release new enchants, they release new enchants, they release new potions, that sort of stuff, a couple of times in an expansion. Radiant Powers had its damage dealt increased by 23%. Radiant Storms has had its damage increased by 45% at Q1 and 23% again at Q2 and 3. And Authority, the depths damage per stack increased by 74% at Q1 and at 48% at Q2 and 3. Yeah, like I said, this looks at face value like, oh, enchants have had some nice buffs. But like I said, I'm pretty sure this is just to kind of keep the Season 1 enchants at a similar level, as similar performance as they did in Season 1 with the increase
Innkeeper
in
of Moonglade
health
says,
and everything else.
I thought this is fortune card flipping day. Have we got distracted by a blue squirrel?
A very blue squirrel. The bluest of blue squirrels.
Innkeeper of Moonglade, a blue squirrel distraction can be quite charming. But fear not, the fortune card flipping day will resume shortly. Just a little detour in the gaming adventure. And hey, check for a Twitch Prime for added luck.
Is currency transfer between characters balked again? I used it yesterday, it worked. I haven't tried it today, though. It is 50-50 if it works, though. Pocket grenades increased by 30. Concealed chaos increased by 25. Captured starlight increased by 327% of the damage absorption. And sanctified torchbearer's grips damage increased by 48. I don't know how much of a difference this is going to change to what meta slaves pick and choose. But, you know, same rules apply. When BIS lists hit Wowhead, that's what you'll sell a lot of. Whilst not everybody follows a BIS list, a lot of people do. But yeah, kind of odd that they pumped that out on a Saturday morning. But yeah, it's odd how I tend to feel that that one little change there is probably the most significant. Even though the reality is that it, you know, it doesn't make much difference to enchanters themselves personally, but it has knock-on effects on other stuff because of how materials are linked these days. But that's why I like Thaumaturgy. That's why I really like Thaumaturgy. I think it's a very interesting little system, and it's an interesting system that's going to continue to be useful. Why still call them enchanted crests? Well, yeah, that for me, I think is because it was easier to still call them enchanted crests than it was to redo all of the recipes that take them. Because yes, the logical thing is like cut out the middleman, just use crests as a material in crafted gear. But, you know, they probably thought it's much easier to put a vendor that turns your regular crests into enchanted crests, even though they're not enchanted, because all of the recipes are requesting enchanted crests. I think this was also, for reference, I think this was a change that was implemented very late in the day, because it was... oh, that's not the right window. Because it was data mined early on that there were new enchanted undermine crests. They were data mined like literally the first week of the PTR. So I think there was probably some plans to have the system be the same as it was and has been previously. But I think this choice to simplify it came quite late. And so just slamming them on a vendor was probably the... slamming them on a vendor was just the easy option. So yeah, the TLDR is why do anything properly when you can half-arse it twice. How many fortune cards left? We are down to 1,700 to go. We are nearly there. I should just bang through these now. We've not had a single epic today. And in theory, mathematically, we should have had one, if not two, out of this last batch. Just as I say that, we get a rare. Close. Close, but no cigar. Would you do it again after all that? Well, there's lots of... This process, this batch of 40k was the science experiment for me. This is the science for me to determine at what price am I willing to pay to craft the cards based upon expected outcomes. Now I know the expected outcomes pretty well. I don't need to be optimal I don't need to stand here for hours on end tracking exactly what I'm getting. I know the expected outcomes, so if I wanted to do it again, I could set up this craft and making the cards basically AFK in the background when I'm, take the dog for a walk or something. And then when it comes to flipping and opening the cards, I can do that whenever. I don't need to, science it out so much. So maybe. Do 400k later to confirm the findings with a bonus Patreon video reading out all the flavor texts. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever do 400k of these, to be honest. But it's interesting, that we've been able to do this. And I know I've spread it out over a couple of days. But the reality is you could do all of this in an afternoon if you wanted to. So for those that need to make... Well, I say those that need to. There is... You've got to kind of remember that there is some pretty strict requirements to being able to do this. Not only do you need your War Within profession tools, you need 2 profession tools for starters. You need a Q5 resourcefulness, and you also need a Q5 multicraft resourcefulness to get the same results I've got. So you need 600 artisans acuity worth of well-crafted profession tools from the War Within. You simultaneously need your Dragonflight inscription profession leveled up a reasonable amount. I haven't actually looked at the spec tree to find out exactly how many points you need, but if you never you needed to have, you need to have all of that on one character for it to work. Which I'm sure there's plenty of scribes out there that do, but I would also imagine the people who are desperately seeking gold are probably not likely to have the setup. Another 100 gold one. Give me some of the good ones. But then, never underestimate the lengths that some people will go to for some easy gold in this game. I watched people grind a Toll Desar for like 7,000 gold an hour for 500 hours to buy a longboy, so, people will do crazy things. Uncommon and then a rare back to back. Where's the epic, Blizzard? Hey, where's the epic? You watch, we won't get another one at all. I opened like 10,000 cards off stream over the weekend just to make sure that this little science experiment didn't take too long. And I think I only got 1 epic in that whole 10k, so I absolutely categorically got really lucky early on in this 40k batch. So why are all these content creators in London and why are you still in Finland as a partner? Because I'm not exactly a large World of Warcraft content creator. Not in any way, shape or form. I think S-Fan got flown in from America, but there's also the strong possibility that, he did it off his own back. I don't think there's many paid for opportunities with World of Warcraft these days, unless you're household name. But yeah, they did some racetrack thing the other day, didn't they? There's probably going to be some videos popping out about it this week. There was the creator event, and there was something going on at a racetrack. Nearly down to the last 1,000. Come on, Blizzard. Don't do this to me. Don't make me look like a fool. Don't make me open 5,000 cards on stream with that single epic. That's bad mojo for the rest of the week, that is. Unless we're banking our streamer luck. Maybe that's what we're doing. Maybe we're banking our streamer luck for some epic loot bonuses on Wednesday. Stealth nerfed. I think Blizzard are far too busy at the moment to care about some Fated Fortune card flipping. They caught wind of your stream. I'm pretty sure a Blizzard dev has never made their way into my stream. I'm quite sure Blizzard devs have seen my videos occasionally over the years, but I doubt any of them have ever bothered being in a stream. And admittedly, I don't think you'd ever find out if they were, to be honest. I'm quite sure I'm quite sure when they watch, creator-made content in any way, shape or form, I would imagine it's a policy for them to not interact. They can lurk in the background, but I'm quite sure it's written somewhere in their contracts that they're probably not actually allowed to integrate too aggressively to people's communities. Maybe they need to check you out every once in a while to see what content you're making. Not even that, to be honest. The WoW partner thing is very much a who you know rather than a what you know situation. As the entire system is invite only. You have to be invited by people who are already in the group. It's very cult. It's very cult. Blizzard aren't going out and placing feelers to decide who they want or not. It's entirely a referral based system. It's why I think it took me quite many years to be like a WoW partner, because I don't network very well. I never have. Over the years, I've only ever watched a very small handful of other creators in the space. Not to mention that goblineering is very niche in the first place. If I was more frequently doing Mythic Plus or Endgame raiding or something like that, I'd probably attract a bigger audience to begin with, naturally. But even then, like I said, I'm not great at the networking side of things. I do hope, though, at least this time, it means that going into midnight, I'll have a little bit more of an advantage when it comes to, like, alpha and beta access and stuff. That's realistically the big advantage for me. To be able to dive in and see this content at the early development stages, it kind of pains me, because I tend to believe that things like alpha builds are where creators can actually have a bit of impact. By the time the beta comes out, all of the decisions are pretty much made, and beta is just marketing and fine-tuning. By that point, all design decisions have been fully implemented. Getting in early on the alpha and seeing it, hey, there we go, we got an epic. We didn't go 5k cards without a single one. I think, when alpha turns up, that's when you can, have a blast through what their offering is, and you can quite quickly see. You can see that they're listening more during an alpha stage, which I unfortunately didn't get access to for this expansion. But with now being a WoW partner, we should have a little bit more success with that hopefully next time.
Adrestia says, tell them my new name. Adrestia, Fearless Rider of the Giant Manta in the Sky.
Fearless Rider. Absolutely
a fantastic
fearless.
New title, Adrestia. Fearless Rider of the Giant Manta in the Sky has quite the ring to it. A true gaming adventurer soaring to new heights. And remember, check for a Twitch Prime for more epic journeys.
It has a ring to it. It's a bit of a mouthful, though. It's a bit of a mouthful. I'm just checking it's not an acronym for something. It's not an acronym, is it? No. We should probably change this real quick to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. Right, we're on the home stretch now, boys and girls. The last 700 cards. If we can pull another epic out of this, it will be literally epic. I did look where to get off and die without having to run a long way for my death chest, but luckily it flew through some foundation and just dropped me off. Nice. Does it go in a circle around the whole zone, does it? I forgot you could jump on the back of those things in Satisfactory. I meant to do that, and then I just never did. Too busy doing other stuff. Just the green zone, okay. Have you seen this? Twitch tracker / pirate software. What's it? I mean, I would imagine he's lost ungodly amounts of followers over the last however long. Is that what we're assuming? Is that the T? Followers gained minus 3,500. For a content creator of that size, that's nothing. Considering he's got 1.2 million, to have lost 3,000, that's fucking nothing. That's a drop in the ocean. Average viewers, still 8k. I mean, this is last 7 day. Let's go last 3 month. Yeah, I mean, it's really not... It's not impactful at all, is it? When you got 1.2 million followers, and over the last 3 months, he's lost 64,000. It's like, yeah, not a lot. Channel performance. So hours streamed are the red bars. So his hours streamed blew up. Yeah, he literally went from 21, 22, 23. His stream numbers were growing from like 2020. 60 viewers. See, this, for me, right, this is the... This still goes to showcase what the streamer dream is. So the streamer dream is still that you grind, and you grind, and you grind, and you grind, and over a period of like 5 to 10 years, however long it's been, he's been grinding, doing You know, 2020 he was averaging 60 viewers. You know, my size streamer. Averaging sort of like, you know, double digits every stream. You know, might do something interesting that peaks at 100 plus. New game comes out or something like that. But has equally been trying a little bit of everything while still being able to maintain. This is one thing that's actually quite remarkable, that as a variety streamer was able to still simultaneously maintain that small viewer base, even as variety. Had a couple of years where dedication, like, I mean, these hours streamed are actually bonkers, by the way. People look at this graph and you're like, oh, this is nothing. No, this dude was still streaming 150 to 100 hours a month. Started to build some traction. Started to gain some sort of traction. New World seemed to start. New World, I wonder if he was doing anything interesting during the New World era. He seemed to go from not streaming a lot to then New World coming out, and he very quickly put a lot of hours in and started to increase his average viewership via the New World hype. Followers gained start to go up quite a bit. Then looking at just sort of did a good job of maintaining triple digits thereafter, average viewers. Then I would imagine shorts, the implementation of shorts on YouTube would have started around this sort of point, but he was already, let's not forget, doing reasonably well. 300-400 viewers. 300-400 viewers is easy full-time cash monies. Easy full-time cash monies with 300-400 viewers. Then shorts popped off. YouTube shorts popped off at the end of October 2023, and he gained like 1 billion views on YouTube in like 6 weeks or something. And then, no surprise, his average viewers went from 400 average viewers in October, November 2,800, December 7,000. These are average viewers as well. Pal World, beginning of 2024. Fucking hell, I remember playing Pal World when that first came out. I was not averaging 8,500 viewers. And then skyrocketed up to January of this year, still averaging 15,000 viewers. And then OnlyFans cuts that number in half. Or the controversy, if you can call it as such. This will still only be a glitch. This will be, in statistical terms, considered an anomaly. The streamer dream, get featured in an Asmongold React video, get a flood of new viewers. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that, yeah, Asmon's reacts to certain content creators definitely helped. But this was YouTube Shorts. This was, I mean, he's self-proclaimed that this was the fact that his YouTube Shorts popped off. But yeah, this is just a glitch. There's no way in any way, shape or form Pirate's going to be any less than a 5k Andy from this point on. What people often don't realize about how Twitch works is that once you get there, you basically don't lose it. Short of an actual proper hardcore cancellation, once you get there, you basically don't lose it. And it's because you sit at the top of the directory whenever you're on, all the time. Soon as you get past, there's a crescendo point where once you get past, and the number is rising year over year, But once you get around sort of 2,000 to 3,000 views, you basically never lose them ever again. Once you can maintain like 4 figures concurrents right now, you basically never lose it without a cancellation, because you're always getting this influx of new people coming through. Always, always, always. Your viewer number is going to permanently go up. You're always going to sit at the top of the directory. And it's short, you know, short of doing something outrageously ridiculous and actually getting hardcore cancelled or getting your account banned, you basically never lose it once you pass a certain point. And being at, you know, this inflection, this huge, great big spike of growth, put him at that point where something silly like roaching out in Classic is not going to kill his career in any way, shape or form. In fact, it will probably make it better for him, because the reality is explosive growth like this over a period of only 12 months. Let's not forget, this is one of the most explosive growths of a Twitch streamer we've seen. This level of explosive growth, you as a creator, you as a person, don't mentally adapt to that quick enough. There's no way you can possibly adapt to that. When you've lived your life being used to, you know, double digit, low triple digit, reasonable mid-tier triple digit, like he was never averaging more than 400 viewers, to then go basically overnight to a 10k Andy, nobody is prepared for that shit. Right? Nobody is prepared for that. And so it was obviously going to catch up with him at some point, right? Because nobody's a saint. Everybody has their personality quirks, and Pirate's personality quirk is clearly that he tends to believe he's right on everything all the time. It's just a personality trait. Dare I say it, not to piss off anybody here, but it's a very dev, techie personality trait. You live your life as a dev, you live your life as a tech kind of guy, often knowing a lot more than everybody else around you in your area of expertise. And your area of expertise, tech and industry, like that sort of industry, is very big. You live your life permanently knowing more than everybody else. And so when you go from 400 viewers to 10, 12,000 a month, your personality is not going to change. And so, yeah, he dug his heels in with the OnlyFans thing, showed his true colours a little bit, and this influx of people that magically overnight considered him a saint for some reason, a lot of those were like, oh, actually, maybe I'm not a fan. But in a couple of months' time, it'll, you know, get swept under the rug and people move on. Like, every creator that gets to this size has a couple of controversies. But like I said, on Twitch, you pass a certain point, short of killing a baby, you ain't losing it. You're absolutely fine. You'll be good. He only lost 10,000 people on YouTube. Now sticks at 2.59 million. YouTube, it won't make any difference to you. This whole controversy was a stream thing. It was just, you know, couple of days on LSF, couple of React videos here, there, and everywhere. You know, his first mini cancellation, his first controversy, probably no different to the first time some big streamer gets banned. But give it 6 months, nobody will care. Genuinely, nobody will care. I look at it from the perspective, if everybody looks at their actual real life friends and family, most people's real life friends and family have significantly worse personality traits or past histories, right? How many people do you know in your direct close friend group or family have a conviction for some crime? Like, everybody knows somebody that's done something stupid in their life, you know, and that's the closest people to you. Course, people on the internet do dumb shit from time to time, but most people just, you know, give it a couple of months, Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. But, you know, for me, it's just a bit more of a, you know, it's a clear and obvious example of somebody that blew up and wasn't mentally ready to blow up. You know, managed to deal with the blowing up pretty well, all things considered, initially. But it was a ticking time bomb before he did something or said something that pissed enough people off. But he'll be absolutely Gucci. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll be absolutely fine. Thor's a good guy, and he needs to, and he knows a lot, but he needs to know that sometimes he's wrong and accept it. Yeah, like I said, it's a personality trait, very stereotypical personality trait of people in tech, of that they live, like I said, they live their life more often than not knowing more about their specialist subject than everybody else around them. And a lot of tech guys pride themselves on knowing more than everybody else. And unfortunately, where the internet's concerned, that's going to rub people the wrong way. When you cross the line from niche entertainer to borderline household name, which he did very, very quickly, there's you know, your loyal, true fans who understand that, you know, you have quirky, you know, opinions here, there, and everywhere, and all right, maybe you know, a few negative personality traits here and there, people can let slide, but when you put yourself in front of the masses, you get pulled up on that shit real fast. He clashed with the biggest, dare I say, child in WoW content creation. And not much later, those children did the exact same and got caught in 4K for it. Rat did the same shit where Thor was told to run and wiped 7 people in MC. This is it. It's all for a bit of drama, isn't it? It's all just for a bit of drama. Which is why in a couple of months' time, nobody cares. Nobody cares. You watch next time. Next time OnlyFans does an event like that, I would be remarkably surprised if Pirate Software wasn't part of it, because what good content creators out there do, and what the biggest content creators out there also know, is that any news is good news. So Soda would probably, in a heartbeat, bring Pirate back for the next OnlyFans. Why? Because it would stir the pot. It would stir the pot. And if you lean into it, this is where Pirate could have done much better, to have leaned into it and be like, yeah, I roached the fuck out. It's hardcore. I didn't want my character to die. You know, you lean into the meme. You lean into the meme and you'll do better. Let's get you into some beef. Like I said earlier, I don't network anywhere near enough to cause beef. I tried to, for the most part, avoid drama. I only spoke about that because it was, you know, there was a touch of analysis to be had there. But for the most part, I tend to ignore that sort of shit. No clue what happened though. I'm in blissful ignorance here. Blissful ignorance is a good place to sit. you can't get annoyed by what you don't know. It's fine. Just somebody else will be the scapegoat if Thor ain't part of it. Well, this is the thing. It was content creator. OnlyFans is entirely drama bait. The only reason why people watched OnlyFans was to see when these big streamers die, because it's funny. And those content creators put themselves on a pedestal knowing full they will milk that cow for everything it's got until the eventuality of their character dying, and then they peace out and they go do their thing. And if they can farm a few thousand new viewers off that content for a little bit, doesn't matter how it ends, does it? That's the point. Content creation for the most part, and especially Twitch. YouTube, everybody's kind of, you know, there's room for everybody on YouTube, but Twitch is just a kingmaker system, and it's just a circle jerk of he who creates more drama wins. Because the corner of the internet that is Twitch live streaming is very, very small. This is why pirate software on YouTube, nothing's going to ever change. Because the ocean is much bigger on YouTube. Twitch, it's like tiny. Even the biggest content creators are tiddly. For example, there's content creators over on YouTube without a shadow of a doubt that look at the 50 to 80, probably 100k a month that these top content creators are making. And there's some people on YouTube just laugh and like, I get that in a single video. I think the Inception clips of OnlyFans are a good example of how fast they go on a new clip hungry for some new drama. Can't even blame them. That's how the internet works more often than not. It's a reality TV show. OnlyFans was just like, it's just a reality TV show. How people get obsessed, like when there's a series of Big Brother or something, or how people get emotionally involved in like some soap opera. It's entertaining to some people, irrespective of the fact that these are real people behind the camera that are, you know, trying to make a real living off doing this. If you can bait some free juice out of it, go ahead. Right, last 200 cards. We've just got a 500 gold. That might potentially be our last big shiny card unless we can pull a magic epic out the bag in this last stack. Somebody called it WoW's Jersey Shore. That's basically it. More like WoW's Texas barbecue, because half of them live in Texas, right? Much like Asmongold and his departure or separation from OTK. It's the same sort of concept. Asmon has now seen that his next 4 years is just like... His next 4 years is going to be just daily clip farming and reacting to Trump shit. And then he'll probably fade off into the distance with his millions. Asmon's the kind of creator that will just cash in for a few years. Asmon will do, I think he's probably going to do exactly what Ludwig said he was going to do. Ludwig, for example, said that he was going to do content creation for 5 years and then peace out. I think he's now coming up to his 10th year anniversary or something. But Asmon seems to have far more the personality to actually do that. He'll roach out in his house. He's turned monetization on his stream. He'll clickbait and clipbait the shit out of this Trump thing for 4 years. And then he'll just sail off into the distance. He'll turn his stream off, never to be seen again. Right. The last 10. No, not a recipe. And they're gone. 40,000 cards. Oh, that was a journey. 40,000 cards. Sell all of the junk. Go on game, sell all of the junk. All the recipes, get them gone. And there's our goodies from 40k cards. We ended with 152,000 in gold from just all of the basic trash, vendoring it, which when we spent 125 gives us a little over 25k, just short of 30k in profit just from that. So we made our initial gold back on the crafting of the cards, plus all of these goodies on top, which if I do the napkin math on these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 125k. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 250. Oh, I can't do that flipping maths. 2,500 times 7 is another 17,500 plus the 125,000. 142 on those, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So that's what? That's another 8.5k on those. So another 150. Another 150 in our bags up here. So we basically, a little more than doubled our money. 150 plus the 152,575. We flipped 120, literally flipped 125k into 300k, which is, it was a lot. Doing it the way I did it was a lot of hard work for that amount of gold in reality. Because if we actually take the 125 off that we spent initially, we only made 178,000 gold from that. Now, the reality is, it's still 180,000 gold more than I had before I started this. And the reality is I was also able to do it over a couple of days. I would probably consider doing this again, but I'd do it in a very different way. For starters, I would only craft the cards when I was literally going to be AFK, and I mean like properly AFK. I would only craft the cards when I was taking the dog for a walk, or when I needed to clean the house, or when I had to go to the store. Periods of time in the day where you can just leave your computer running. You can press craft and you can walk away. Obviously, you'll get logged out after half an hour, 45 minutes, whatever it is. But during that period, you'll craft a bunch of shit, whether that be milling inks, whether that be milling herbs, whether that be crafting inks, or whether that be actually crafting the cards themselves. So all of that, for the most part, you can just AFK it. This is your passive gold. This is not anything that's ever going to make you billions and billions of gold, but it's something passive that just ticks along in the background. If you took it far more casually than I did it, this is how you play the game for free right now. Across a calendar month of very casually crafting AFK and very casually flipping the cards, across a period of a month, your game time's sorted without really dedicating much actual sit-down time to do it. So in that regards, I think it's probably pretty cool. And in that regards, I think it's pretty good. You could put the cards in your warbank. Every one of your tunes that you're playing on, whenever you're playing, you could pull out a deck, and anytime you're, waiting for a mob to kill, or waiting for a dungeon queue to pop, or if you're going out and completing world quests, you can macro your abilities to just flip cards at the same time. When your inventory is full, by the way, the flipped cards instantly go to your mailbox. So you don't have to worry about inventory so much. Any materials you pick up whilst running around doing world quests are obviously going to go into your reagent bag anyway. It will only fill out your normal bag. Everybody these days can just very quickly hop on a yak, hop on a vendor mount, sell them off. The flipping of the cards, I know I sat here and I tunnel visioned the opening of the cards, which took a lot of time. But the reality is you don't even need to do that. You can very easily, very passively open those cards. And it's money in the bank, right? You know, once you've crafted them, you know how much it cost you to craft them. We now have a really good idea of what the value per card is. So what did I say? 303,000. So 303,575 was the value of the 40,000 cards. So if we divide that by 40,000, we get our value per card. When they cost us like a little over 3 gold to make, we flipped them for a little over 7 gold. Now, like I said, you've got to remember that the 25k cards sway this number pretty aggressively. If you ignore the epic cards, you basically break even. It's the epic cards that give you any profit here. But, you know, the point still stands. 7.5 gold per card as an average across 40,000 cards starts to be statistically accurate. And like I said, it's money in the bank. It's money in the bank at that point. It doesn't matter. If you're not desperate for gold, you flip the cards whenever you have spare time to flip the cards. It's money in the bank. Obviously, you don't want stacks. The cards only stack up to 200, so they do start taking up quite a bit of space. The 40,000 cards took up, you know, half my bank tab, but now do another 60k of them to really test the rates of the epic cards. Well, I tend to think that 40k is a sizable enough number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 epics we got out of 40k. So every 3,300 cards we flipped, we got an epic. But we did seem to get... There's slightly higher chance of that epic being a 2,500 gold card to a 25k card, roughly, from that pull. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's only a slightly higher chance of getting one of these 500 cards, honestly, across 40k. Yes, I know 100k would be a much nicer round number, but I'm not crafting and flipping another 60k of them. Not in this scientific manner. If I craft and flip any more of these, it's based upon the fact that I know I get an average of 7.5 gold from each one. So if I can craft them at 3 gold a piece, and AFK craft them and AFK flip them, then it's just free money. It's just free gold. What I probably should do is look at just what influences the process with Dragonflight inscription, because I didn't really take that into consideration too much. Milling. Does Craft Sim do specialization info for the last expansion? So 40, 80... Well, hang on, what were these? Skill, resourcefulness, ingenuity, crafting speed, ingenuity, and concentration. Okay, so you don't need the 30. You don't technically need these 30. Perfect practice is the resourcefulness node, so you need all of that. And then understanding flora, you need all of that. So you're looking at 30, 40, 50, 90 points. 90 points in inscription just for the milling. Many of that is the same, but you then need another 20 points in Flawless Inks, because that gives you the multi-craft bonus that you need. So that's 110. And there shouldn't really be much with the crafting of the cards. No, it's the same ones again. So you're looking at 110 Dragon Isle knowledge points to do it. The reality is it's basically this rune mastery tree, isn't it? 40 in here, 20 in here, 20 in here, 30 in here. So 70, 80, 90. Yeah, 110. So these 4 nodes, you can ignore this one because this is just ingenuity. You're not using ingenuity at all. So 110 knowledge points in Dragonflight Inscription. And then you need your War Within tools, which isn't going to require you any particular Dragon Isles War Within skill, but it is going to require you to have 600 Artisan's Acuity to build both of these. Because you need 2, by the way. You need a fully multi-craft one, multi-craft resourcefulness, and a fully resourcefulness one. So that's 600, 1,200 Artisan Acuity worth of profession gear to do it, and 110 Dragon Isles knowledge points. Does it matter which card you make, Serene, Blazing, or Flourishing? No, that's a good question actually. It doesn't make a blind bit of difference. Other than the reason I chose Serene was because Serene inks are Hock-and-Bloom and Bubble Poppy pigments, which were just the cheapest combo. Flourishing is Wraith Bark. Hang on, I can't really remember. Flourishing pigment. Yeah, it comes from Wraith Bark. Wraith Bark being more expensive than Bubble Poppy. Blazing Ink coming from Saxifrage, which was more expensive than Bubble Poppy. It was just a price thing, really. Serene Inks were the cheapest, because Serene Inks comes from Bubble Poppy, which I at least found to be the cheapest of the 3. How easy is it to get 120 Dragonflight knowledge points on a fresh character? Is there any catch-up? There's no catch-up for Dragonflight Profession, so that's maybe not impossible, but it's probably not all that easy either. It might be worth looking into exactly what that process entails, though. Let's think about this. You were able to get to about skill 50 in Dragon Isles Inscription pretty quickly, pretty easily. Your first time craft bonuses at the time. Yeah, on a completely fresh character, it might take you a couple of weeks of doing the Dragonflight stuff to get that character up to speed. So if your War Within Scribe never did Dragonflight Inscription, it's probably not going to take you that long just to get it set up, per se. Inscription did have an absolute buttload of recipes, though. An absolute metric ton of recipes. So I don't know how much you can abuse first-time crafts, maybe to speed that process up. But of course, the concept of this is you want to get that 100-odd knowledge points, like, cheaply. Dare I say, maybe fly around doing dirt piles for some dragon shards if you really need to. I have a suspicion, not that I've tested this, by the way, I've had a suspicion that you can probably smash through dragon shards right now. Only because I reckon there's fucking nobody out there farming dirt piles. I reckon there's nobody farming dirt piles. And so you'll just go boing, 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 boing. And after a couple of hours, I reckon you'll have 20 or 30 of them at least. I've not tested it. The only reason that they were flipping impossible to get your hands on during the expansion is because every man and their dog was picking them up all the time anyway. I'm pretty sure these days you can just fly around and the zone's full of them. But even that aside, it's probably not much more than a couple of weeks of, you know, the basic weekly quests. I mean, we all did it 20 times over. But yeah. I think you get around 80 points from just the one-time treasures in the books. Yeah, considering there was the bonus treasures on the Siren Isle, there was the bonus treasures in the cavern. Yeah, you might find if you fly around and pick up all of the treasures, you can do it relatively quickly. If you can't get it done in a week, you'll be able to do it next week, I imagine. Worst case, it's a couple of weeks until you got that 120. Yeah. It's worth considering. Like, this is the thing, right? It's one of those that's worth considering. I'll probably document all of this a little bit for the purpose of a YouTube video. Because it's a quirky, interesting opportunity, which is kind of what I want my channel to be now. If we go consumables, oh yeah, it's not the current expansion, is it? So I can't use the current expansion feature. I was going to go reagent herbs. I haven't got a convenient shopping list for just the War Within, Dragonflight, sorry, anymore. But yeah, so like bubble poppy, I was picking it up. And for reference, you need basically none of this. Somebody's reset it anyway. You don't want to be... Yeah, see, this is the thing. Even before I've put out a video on this, somebody's resetting the price of the herbs. The point is, I want to be really strong with my clarification here, is you really don't need a lot of them. Hockenbloom. You need twice as much Hockenbloom as you do anything else. Things like Wraithbark were already significantly more expensive. Most of that 125k cost, by the way, was vendor mats. I think about 15k, roughly, was actually the herbs to make 40k cards. You really don't need that many herbs at all. A few thousand herbs is about it. What was the other one? Saxifrage or something. Yeah, this is cheaper. You just pick whichever's the cheapest, really. Somebody's clearly come in and decided to take advantage and hope that some people jump on this and give it a go, but you bought the mats on a goblin, right? In Dragon Isles, it didn't really make a difference.
Adrestea says, please tell Mantius how to properly pronounce Hochenblum, considering it is German.
It didn't sound like Stanley made a good go of it.
Ah, the challenge of German pronunciation. Hochenblum would be pronounced as Hochenblume. A tongue twister for sure, but mastering it will impress both friends and foes in the gaming world. And remember, check for a Twitch Prime for added linguistic skills.
I'm not even convinced Stanley got it right, but you can correct me. There we go. See, I assume probably not. You get cheaper mats than an Iron Plains with a goblin, by the way. Actually, the why is Vial not? Oh, because we're still in herbs. Often you can buy, like, Draconic Vials, for example. These are 5 gold from a vendor. There's 2,500 of them at 3 gold here. Like, even the vendor mats, I actually should have probably looked at even buying them off the auction house. Same with the... What are they called? What was the other one? Some sort of water. Iridescent water, maybe? Iridescent waters. The opportunity is not there now, but I imagine these end up being posted for less than a gold apiece sometimes as well. The Iron Plains flight path for the cheapest mats in Dragonflight. There we go. What add-on was it again to mass mill without a ton, without the 200 mass salvage assist? Yeah, there's a few add-ons that make this a bit easier as well. Mass salvage assist for when you're milling, for when you're crafting the inks, for when you're crafting the cards. Secondly, some sort of add-on that allows you to tag items to be instantly vendored. I think the one I'm using is scrap, which allows me to just, hotkey items to be instantly sold. And you just hotkey the variations of the cards once and then just stand, they'd just instantly be vendored each time. But yeah. Right, boys and girls, give me a couple of minutes then. I'm going to take a quick break.
Are you able to correctly pronounce the German keens? Try this one. Furcht vor Fruchtfleisch führt zu Flucht vor Fruchtfleisch.
No idea what you said.
A challenging tongue twister indeed, Adrestea. The German ch sound is tricky, but in this phrase, it's pronounced as a guttural sound like kh. Practice makes perfect, especially in mastering those linguistic twists. And hey, don't forget to check for Twitch Prime for extra linguistic fun.
Okay, good job, Stanley. Well done. Good job. Right, yeah, I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes, and then we'll go on a new adventure. I'll be back in 2.
Jack the Dipper says, "Shut up, chat!" Ho, Jack the Dipper, the enforcer of chat silence, keeping those rowdy emotes in check, I see. Silence is golden, like a peaceful gaming moment. And hey, remember to check for a Twitch Prime for even more chat management skills. D'Adrestea says, "Why are you not able to pronounce Hochenblume correctly, but can say in German, Schnecken erschrecken, wenn Schnecken an Schnecken schlecken, weil zum Schrecken vieler Schnecken Schnecken nicht schmecken?" Ah, Adrestea, the German tongue-twister master. Schnecken erschrecken is a delightful challenge indeed. Perhaps my pronunciation skills improve with quirky phrases. A mystery of the gaming universe. Keep the linguistic fun going strong. And remember, check for a Twitch Prime for more language adventures.
Okie dokie. Right. Right. What's going on here? You're all chatting amongst yourselves. That's what I like to say.
Hurribany says, do you ever tire of promoting Twitch Prime?
Stanley's
Never tired of promoting
Stanley's
the
on
joys
commission.
of Twitch Prime, Arabani. It's like leveling up in the gaming world. Always exciting to share the perks with fellow gamers. So, keep on gaming. Grab that Twitch Prime and let the fun continue.
Yes, Stanley's on commission. He doesn't mind. And for the rest of chat, snails get scared when snails lick snails because of the horror of many snails. Snails don't taste good. Oh, was that your... Oh, okay. You're getting Stanley to... You're getting Stanley to chat in different languages. I see. Right. Let's get these guys caught up for the end of the week. Since we're going to head into a new patch soon.
Adrestia says, now that you have proven you can actually pronounce Hoshenblum correct, go teach Mantius.
No, Hockenblum, forever and a day.
Ah, the challenge is on, Adrestia. Teaching Lanthius the ways of German pronunciation may be a fun quest indeed.
Teaching
Perhaps a
Mantis
linguistic
anything is
adventure
hard.
awaits in the gaming realm. And remember, check for a Twitch Prime for added language learning skills and gaming perks.
Is the theatre trip worth farming on alts for recipe drops? Probably not. It's far too much like hard work, and the recipe drops are far too rare of an occurrence. Hence why they're priced as they're priced. There's a general consensus that I have. You may or may not agree with this, but anything that is worth anything via farming is usually not worth farming for. This is because you can't deterministically get those items to drop. And you can, but everybody else that's got them to drop accidentally is going to tap into your profits. So this is kind of the concept behind farming in general, right? Something like the theatre event, if you're only doing it to get the drops, if you're only going to go and do it to get the recipe drops, that one person that's doing it because they need to do it for their weekly or because they're still getting reputation or they do it because it's fun, those players that randomly get the drops are going to be able to don't see the same level of value in those items as you do by doing it just for the drops. Meaning they come along and they post them on the auction house for probably way less than you consider them worth, right? Because when you go out there and you farm something, when you try to target farm something, most players put like a cost per hour or a gold per hour value on it. You're never going to get that in reality. And so, yeah, target farming anything that can be bought on the auction house is 99 times out of 100 not worth doing. If it can be listed on the auction house, your best option and the smartest option is to do the thing that makes you the gold the quickest and go and do that and then spend that gold on buying the recipe. It's nearly 100 times better. Nearly always you will save yourself substantially more time. And in the end of the day, gold is just a currency. Gold allows you to trade goods with this magic currency, just like how it works in the real world, to be fair. Nobody in the real world goes and tries to, manufacture a screen and then manufacture a battery and then manufacture a radio conductor. No, they go to a store and they use the money that they've made in the way that they're easily able to make money, and they go and buy a mobile phone. farming for stuff yourself is usually the wrong decision. The only time you should farm for something is if it's bind on pickup. If it can't be bought, you have to go and do it yourself, then you have no choice. This is why things that are bind on pickup drops tend to have more prestige to them, because the only way you get it is by putting the effort in. You know, your Ashes of Allah, your invincible mounts, this sort of stuff. Used to do the cooking event last expansion for the embellishment for the food, but that was more of a consumable item. Yeah, even that was arguably... Even that was arguable to whether it was worth doing. The advantage of that was that it was very quick. Like, you could blast it out, right? If you were clever with the feast, you could get like 4 or 5 characters in one feast event to like finish the event. You can't so easily do that with the theatre event. You have to wait till the theatre event's done, sort of thing, and you do it on one character at a time, unless you're multi-boxing. But like I said, the value of the stuff that pops out of it, nah. Buy them if you need them. If you don't need them, let other people waste their time doing it. Go flipping fortune cards, use the gold to buy recipes instead. Yeah, exactly. You should do whatever makes you the most currency the fastest, and then use that currency to buy the things you want. The basics of that can be seen when you see those people ask the question, oh, I'm looking to craft a bunch of things with my crafting profession. Should I buy the materials or should I go out and farm them? The answer is always you should buy them. And if you can't afford them, go do the thing that makes you the most gold the fastest and then buy them. Target farming specific items is usually a massive waste of time. Almost in every circumstance. If we didn't have a currency in game that could be traded for most items in the game, the answer would be very different. But because gold exists, use it wisely. Make it as fast as you can using the most optimal method, and then spend it on the things you want. Anything worth... Oh my god, look at those numbers. Forged frameworks, tempered frameworks, adjustable frameworks. I've already got some on the auction house, unless they've sold. I need to make another tool on this dude, actually. I've only got one blacksmithing tool. It might be worth getting a second blacksmithing tool on this dude, actually. Going into Season 2. The one I've got is multi-craft resourcefulness.
Koto says, Stanley, what about the Schau sound? Can you say Fischers Fritz fischt frische Fische? Frische Fische fischt Fischers Fritz in German?
I think he can.
A delightful challenge, Bakoto. The sound brings a splash of linguistic flair to the tongue twister. Fischers Fritz fischt frische Fische, a true masterpiece of German phonetics. Keep the language games coming. And hey, check for a Twitch Prime for more linguistic adventures.
10 artisan security. No, we're not doing that one. Scan that recipe, that profession, not that one. Go. Any goodies in enchanting today? Token's gone up a bit. Would it be the likelihood that people are coming back to the game now and are being presented with a, would you like to spend this gold for 30 days of game time? And they're all just clicking yes. That, I would imagine, has something to do with it. And at the same time, there's a good chance that there are some people that are like, right, new season, month of game time, couple of tokens of gold, you know, 400, 800,000 gold in the bank.
Ur 42 says, can you do this Dutch tongue twister as well? Lies je leerde lotje lopen langs de lange lindenlaan.
Stanley's good at the tongue twisters.
A Dutch tongue twister challenge from Urt Tweetipsu. Lies je leerde lotje lopen langs de lange lindenlaan. A delightful twister of Dutch words. Embracing linguistic diversity in the gaming world. Keep those challenges coming, and don't forget to check for a Twitch Prime for added linguistic and gaming thrills.
Did he read your name out in Dutch as well? I think he did, didn't he? Stanley's getting far too clever for his own good. If we're crafting a bunch, let's pop a shatter first. I always forget to do that, and it's worth doing. We've still got a resource pot running, so let's just get these crafted quickly. Wasn't much going on in blacksmithing. Let's see if we can make a bit of profit with these enchants. If being an alchemist for years taught me anything, it's never farm mats and just aim for turnover, sometimes even at your own expense. Yeah. Farming materials is always not worth doing, because you're target farming something and you only assign value to how many of those items you can get in a certain given time, whereas people who are out there gathering look at the big picture more, right? They're looking at, right, all of these items, I'm going to sell all of them. And then, you know, they just take the sum total. And if they're happy with the sum total, they're happy. But, like, truly target farming materials is usually a terrible idea. Because somebody out there has already done the hard work. Let somebody else undervalue their own time, and you just buy their time. That's in essence what you do when you buy materials off the auction house. Consider everything in value of time, which is an easy concept to do if you come from like farming first. When you farm materials for ages and ages, maybe at the beginning of an expansion, you have a perceived value for your time spent. If you treat the same with crafting, and consider it that when you buy materials off the auction house, you're not buying materials, you're buying somebody else's time. Somebody spent the time to go get those materials, and they put them in a nice convenient place for you. They put them in a nice convenient place so that you can come along and you can trade that person's time for a bit of currency. And you can usually, you know, most of the time end up underpaying for somebody else's time, because other people get desperate to sell their stuff before other people. What if the farm is 40 to 50k per hour? Well, this is what very frequently happens, and is why crafting is not always better than farming. There are occasions, like at the very beginning of a patch, where often you'll find that farming is actually better gold per hour than crafting.
Can you do this tongue twister? 有个小孩叫悄悄，悄悄哥哥叫悄悄，悄悄划船带悄悄，悄悄悄悄看木木。
Apparently you can.
Haha, that's a tricky one. 有个小孩叫悄悄，悄悄哥哥叫悄悄，悄悄划船带悄悄，悄悄悄悄看姥姥。Phew.
I don't even know what language that is particularly, but I'm going to assume you've just Googled that. You wanted to show off by saying it twice, yeah. Yeah, this is the thing, right? The that farming can actually, if you can make 40 to 50,000 gold an hour via farming, you're going to have to do pretty substantial numbers via crafting to outpace that. Let's assume that you average 10% profit on anything that you're crafting, which I'd also point out is quite tough to do these days. At a 10% margin, to do the equivalent of 40,000 gold an hour, you need to sell 400,000 gold worth of stuff. Which even crafting 400,000 gold worth of stuff in an hour becomes problematic. Never mind also selling it. Now, it is technically easier to do those numbers these days because the region-wide auction house. But, you know, just the mass producing of items, you might, you know, this is why exquisite weaver cloth bolts or mana oils
says,
or...
What about this one? Døde røde rødøjede rådne røde ørreder med fløde.
Okay, we got many
A Danish tongue
many
twister.
a tongue twisters.
Døde røde rødøjede rådne røde ørreder med fløde. Quite the mouthful, isn't it? Those red-eyed, rotten, smoked trout with cream sound. Interesting to say the least.
What? Hello? What did that translate to? Red-eyed, rotten, smoked trout with cream sound. Interesting to say the least. Okay. Confused. But yeah, there are many occasions where actually going out farming is a better use of your time. The difference is that I tend to think that any time that you spend with your crafting professions, or should I say time that you spend progressing your crafting professions, is always time well spent. The act of standing here for an hour crafting mana oils to then have half a bag full of mana oils to go and sell, that's just utilizing the advantage you have. That process of just standing here mass crafting and then going out and selling is questionable whether it would actually outpace farming for most people. But the point is that when it does, you have the ability to take advantage of it instantly. So, while it's often perceived that crafting should be an easier way to make gold because you have the initial cost of setting it up, it's not always the case. This is why that sort of that magic number of 30k with farming sort of exists, because people are happy to go out and do something relatively simple, relatively monotonous for about 30k or about 1/10 of a token. People are only willing to do more complicated shit if it makes them more. People don't particularly like making 10,000 gold an hour by mass producing and then cancel scanning. Nobody's about that life. But it does lead to some big numbers, which is why people enjoy it, you know. When you do start selling 200, 300, 400, a million gold worth of stuff in an hour, you know, the good feel chemicals pump through your brain. You get that dopamine rush when you see the auction house say like 7 figures sold in the last hour. Even if the reality is that 7 figures sold in the last hour might only be like 50k profit, which you could have got by just, you know, casually flying around picking herbs instead sometimes. But the point is if you're having fun and your gold is going up, it's all good. It's all good.
Iadristia says, time for some Zulu. Can you do the clicks? Here is the twister. Amaxoxo ayaxokozela exoxa ngoksamu exibeni.
Doesn't sound like he does any clicks.
Amaxoxo ayaxokozela exoxa ngoksamu exibeni. Clicks and all. The Zulu tongue twister rolls off the tongue with a rhythmic flair. Quite a challenge, but fun to try.
I'm surprised Stanley even knows all of these. But to be fair, I'm going to assume that you're just Googling them in the first place. So if you can Google, Stanley can Google. Unless you are that much of a linguist that you have all of these tongue twisters in different languages off memory. That would be impressive. So, for example, right now, my blacksmith and my enchanter only has 316,000 gold worth of stuff listed on the auction house. So let's assume even 10% of that is profit. Even if I sell all of this, it's only 30k. So I really don't want to spend much time crafting or listing these items because the potential profit is only about 30k from all of this anyway. So this is something that is why I often talk about doing things at scale. You know, if you sell 300,000 gold worth of stuff, you haven't made 300,000 gold profit. You've done an awful lot of hard work, a lot of effort, and you've made probably 15 to 30k profit. And this is why sometimes the right answer is just go pick up herbs and sell them. Like, honestly, sometimes that is the genuine right answer. Unless you're able to do something outrageous that pushes you way ahead of the average. Do I want to make a second tool for blacksmithing? I think I do, for the purpose of work orders. And also for the purpose of patron orders. Using a double resourcefulness tool for patron orders increases my chance of proccing patron orders and should hopefully allow more of them to be profitable for the purpose of catch-up. Now that's a bit of a wishful dream at the moment when I'm over 200 points behind in blacksmithing still, but I have a boatload of artisan security that's not doing anything, so I think I am going to make a second tool. Hang on, don't blacksmiths make it ourselves? Artisan's blacksmithing hammer. Yeah, we make it ourselves. So I'm going to need... What day is it? I'm just wondering if I can cheap out. I'm wondering if I could cheap out and use quality 2 iron claw alloys in concentration instead. Or whether I just use Q3s and forget about it and save the concentration for reset day. Although I am capped, I should use some in. Let me grab a missive. I'm going to need a missive of resourcefulness and an enchant of resourcefulness. Missive of resourcefulness. The argument is I could probably craft this myself, but it's easier to just do this. I pay the premium for ease of use half the time. A missive of resourcefulness. I need an enchant tool of resourcefulness. I don't think I have this recipe. We'll have one of those as well. There you go. 2k, bit of concentration. Get that second tool made. Obviously the concentration has value, but you know, what you can do. Can I mass... Maybe I can just... It's only 5 iron claw alloys. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Ooh! What be this? Who be this?
This
Hold
might
up,
be
hold up.
harder. Can you speak North Italian dialect? Try to say ticete tasheti tak, takumi tak, michetaki tak, takai tak, atikete taketi tak, tachete ti ito tak.
Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Goldson.
Takei tak, takumi tak. Miketaki
Please
tak,
ignore
takai
Stanley.
tak, atikete taketi tak, takete ti ito tak. That North Italian dialect tongue twister sure is a mouthful. Grazie for the challenge.
He put an accent on. Stanley put an accent on. Goldson, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid, my man. Hope you had a good... I didn't realise you were streaming. Or were you doing another little test stream? Either way, thank you very much for bringing you and your friends with you. Appreciate it. for those of you who may or may not know, Golden does a stream also now. He's dipping his toe in the streaming world, so go say hi. Make sure you give him a follow. Let me make
Golden
a few
TV
of
says,
these.
test stream we switched from tailoring to enchanting.
Oh, you're doing it.
Sounds like a magical switch from tailoring to enchanting on the test stream.
You're
Keep
doing
the
it.
enchantments flowing. Golden TV. Maybe you'll find the perfect Twitch Prime enchantment along the way.
Actually doing it.
My thanks for your patronage.
Yeah, switching from tailoring to enchanting will... Well, the question is how quickly you can recuperate the cost of that. I don't know how much maths you've done on this, but the initial upfront setup cost... Hang on, I should probably have a burning ignition on it, and I'm not going to bother. The actual initial upfront cost is recouped. I think people did the maths not too long ago. 12 weeks. Okay. That's a lot of hard work for a long time before it pays off, but here's to hoping that, well, my suspicion is you'll probably cut that number in half, I reckon, once the season kicks off.
Let's keep it simple then. How would someone from Den Haag order a Bruger A Metui? In Den Haag, they'd order a Bruger A Metui by saying, mag ik een broodje ei met ui alstublieft? Simple and delicious. Maybe they'll find a bonus Twitch Prime offer while enjoying their meal.
Always shell out that Twitch Prime. Good on you, Stan. Good on you. Go on, proc multicraft. Proc multicraft. You would. Proc multicraft, you bitch. Oh, it did. Haha, it did. It listened to me. It listened to me. There's the 5 I need. Wonderful stuff. Artisan's blacksmith thing. 5 of those. 1 of you. Now we don't need to worry about any concentration. We can save our concentration for alloys. Let's check we've got all of this looking right. Yeah, press the button. Boom. Let's put an enchant on that.
Is Twitch Prime a Ponzi scam scheme?
Ponzi scam?
Haha, nope. Twitch Prime is a legit perk for Amazon Prime members that offers free games, in-game loot, a free channel subscription, and more on Twitch. Just a sweet deal for gamers.
That it is. That it is. Multicraft over Ingenuity. Ooh, that's a good question. Is Multicraft over Ingenuity a thing? I've not done the maths on this. There's part of me that wants to make an Ingenuity tool. That's odd that that's an option. Multicraft over Ingenuity. See, that's difficult, isn't it? Because the argument there, and I see 2 sides to the story on this one, is that if you stack Ingenuity and you proc Ingenuity, that gives you another chance at Multicraft. But there is definitely maths behind that. I think Alloys is still in the world where Multicraft wins, even when using Ingenuity, and I think that's because you can actually get your concentration down to about 150, and it doesn't go, like, you hit diminishing returns on Ingenuity already, I think. Let me have a little bit of a look at this. Let me math this out real fast. If you're using... Oh, hang on. Give me a basic alloy. If you're using Q2 and Q2 and concentration...
Tulok says, is Multicraft over Ingenuity in World of Warcraft? Do the math.
Oh, Stanley ain't doing any math.
Well, Tulok, in the World of Warcraft, it's all about balancing Multicraft and Ingenuity for optimal gameplay. As for math, I'll leave that to the number-crunching wizards in Azeroth.
Yeah, spreadsheet Andes, as we commonly refer to them. I think that... Not that one. Where's the button I'm looking for? Where's the button I'm looking for on this? I'm pretty sure... Is it... Cost optimization. No. Statistics. Yeah. When you look at concentration here, so to answer that question with a little bit of science behind it, you'll notice that when you get your concentration down this low, you start hitting aggressive diminishing returns. So you could stack huge amounts more ingenuity and you are gaining very little from it. Look how steep this goes until you hit this point. So actually, stacking ingenuity here over multicraft is the wrong choice, because you could stack it so high.
Can you say in Dutch, "Geef me een klap, papa"?
Hang on, let's chill with the Stanleys for a minute.
Geef me een klap, papa. There you go, Eruptor. A Dutch phrase that packs a playful punch. Just remember, it's all in good fun in the world of gaming.
Stanley didn't even shell out Twitch Prime. Do your job, son. Do your job. Unbelievable. Yeah, you'd be looking at, if you looked at stacking ingenuity here, that would clearly be at the expense of multicraft. But multicraft is going to continue to stack up the benefit linearly, whereas you've hit diminishing returns pretty aggressively with your concentration here. So the extra saving in concentration by stacking ingenuity really isn't going to make much of a difference here, because you're going from like 150 down to like 120, even if you were able to push it all the way. But you'd only be able to do that like sacrificing the multicraft that you've got on here. So yeah, this is why alloys is still multicraft wins. Multicraft wins. Multicraft tool with ingenuity enchant is the play, probably. I would even question that because the gains that you're getting from stacking that ingenuity are so slim that resourcefulness procs on your Ironclaw alloys is probably still worth even more. I still think multicraft resourcefulness, even when using concentration, is the win. I don't have the third tool to sort of showcase it. The ingenuity tool. I found similar things with inscription, for example. In terms of the fact that I had like even multicraft when it comes to like inks and stuff like that works out better than ingenuity. I even had 3 tools to test it with inscription.
Tulock says, where is it placed, the secret farm for 1 million gold per hour in patch 11.1 for WoW?
Just wait for Student's video on Wednesday, he'll tell you.
Tulock. The secret farm for 1 million gold per hour in patch 11.1. It's hidden right next to the elusive Unicorn Mount spawn point. Keep an eye out for those rare opportunities in the world of Warcraft.
Even Stanley's memeing you now. Is that graph concentration compared to skill? So you've got the player skill on the x-axis down here, and then you've got the concentration costs. So as you push your skill further here, the amount of concentration you need. Did I touch the ever-burning forge tree at all? You have to. It has to be maxed. The entire profitability of alloys requires you to have this tree full. You won't even break even without this tree full these days. So yeah, you probably want to stack all 3 of these, because whilst, like I said, ingenuity still isn't the one you want to stack, you still want as much of it as you can get for free. And these are obviously, once you've got enough knowledge points at least, considered free ingenuity. But yeah, even this one fully stacked is like, still only 6%. The bigger boost of this actually is the fact that it gives you the bigger refund. Where is it? Or is it the main node itself? No, it's not even the main node itself. What is it that gives you the... Huh? Where is it that gives you the 100% refund boost in blacksmithing? Ever-burning ignition and ingenuity refunds an additional 10%, an additional 10%, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, it's in the main node. Only takes 3 weeks to get done with a new alloy concentration crafter from a skill point
Arabani
perspective.
says, have you ever used Ponzo's cream? Arabani. Ponzo's cream sounds intriguing. I like to keep things fresh and creamy in the gaming world, so if Ponzo's cream can level up my gaming skills, count me in.
Kinda sus there, Stan. Kinda sus. 6% is without that. Yeah, I mean, even with it, though, the point still stands. Like, if I was to pop the Ever-burning ignition now, even with that all maxed, it's... the point still stands is that when it comes to the tool, the item where you have to make a choice, do you have multi-craft or do you have, you know, the other stats? This is the only place where you get a choice. Your stat trees, they're independent. But the point is, yes, is you absolutely definitely need the ever-burning ignition buff, and I would actually recommend that players go as far as to use the Vial of Bountiful Seasons buff as well, because that's not a small amount of resourcefulness, and a single extra resourcefulness proc on something like a, you know, top tier core alloy pays for this buff like straight away. So you really want to stack all of your bonuses as possible. Ever-burning ignition plus the Vial of Bountiful Seasons. And then when it comes to alloys, then that's putting you at about a 14% chance of an extra craft. But the point still stands is that your multi-craft is still going to be worth substantially more to you. Now I've not got another alloy. Hang on. Given enough time with the Ever-burning ignition, you probably want to craft your core alloys as well, so that you don't like pay a premium on those. And depending on prices, I think concentration is even pushing you to use quality 3. I imagine you probably do use quality 3 Ironclaw ore these days as well. Takes it down to 0 margin with Q3, 4% margin without it. Yeah, my guesstimation is you probably are going to look at using Q3, surely, right? Only saves you 4 concentration, so it's probably not actually going to be a thing that you'd do. You can always check these with the reagent optimization. If you then go optimize, yeah, it's actually suggesting using both Q3 ore here. And additionally a framework, believe it or not, to stack the ingenuity. Your option is forged frameworks for ingenuity. Surely a mirror powder would win out on this. Surely mirror powder. $485 for the concentration. $557 concentration value if you use a framework. No, you see, that's where I assumed it was probably not the case. $557. What's the monetary value of frameworks? That brings the concentration value down way low. 552. 557. That's odd. Well, it's not odd. It's the fact that the forged frameworks are higher quality and more expensive. One core alloy is basically a framework. Yeah. Yeah, the true optimal is probably an ingenuity enchant. Multi-craft tool, ingenuity enchant. I would say that for concentration crafting, yeah, you're right. Resourcefulness is pretty goddamn useless. If you're doing it purely for concentration. And then multi-craft resourcefulness for if and as and when you're ever mass producing them. Anyway. So yeah, you very quickly as a blacksmith start to need 3 different tools. 2 multi-craft tools, 1 with resourcefulness enchant, 1 with ingenuity enchant. And then you need a 3rd tool that's just resourcefulness for when you're doing any work orders or patron orders. Damn. To be like hyper optimized on top of stacking all your buffs. This is the thing I like about the crafting, right? This is where this is the kind of stuff though that you either like this or you absolutely hate this. Now, if you're somebody that enjoys playing with the professions and tinkering and likes figuring this stuff out, this is like literally your dream right now. Like loads of little knobs to twist and turn and buttons to press and stuff that, you know, once you fine tune the operation, you can squeeze some profit out of it. But those people who feel obliged to play with professions because it's the way that they get their top end pieces of crafted gear for them, their friends, their guild, or those people who aren't actually leveling up the professions but are just looking to, you know, get a piece of gear ordered from somebody else, they look at all of this and are like, fuck that noise. This is why Blizzard has a problem on their hands. How do they optimize the crafting professions so that they're still fun and engaging for the people that enjoy them, but not tediously annoying for everybody that doesn't, that still has to, you know, engage with crafting in some way, shape, or form? Feel like the crafting ecosystem as a whole is more healthy in the War Within compared to Dragonflight. Well, Dragonflight had one real distinct issue, and it was that you absolutely fundamentally couldn't do anything at small scale. You either had to be crafting en masse or not at all. Secondly, there were too many silly little things that made a huge difference in Dragonflight, like racials. If you weren't a blood elf making enchants, you were just doing it wrong. Over half the materials had 0 value really fast in Dragonflight. Thaumaturgy fixed all of that. Thaumaturgy was a very, very, very clever addition to the system. Directly linking the value of most of the core crafting materials together with thaumaturgy has led to not one single material being like in the bin. Pretty much everybody I know in the game absolutely dislikes the current crafting system, or they'd rather to do not understand it, find it too complex, and so they don't engage with it since Dragonflight. This is the thing. This is the issue. But we've got 18 years, well, probably not quite 18 years, but we've got, you know, the best part of 20 years where people's understanding of the professions was you level it up quickly at the beginning of an expansion, and then you don't think about it again. That's what most people want from their crafting professions. But that gets giga boring for the people that enjoy crafting all of the stuff for everybody. Or should I say, it wouldn't be giga boring, and it wasn't giga boring, but it required 100 different microeconomies so that all of those players could spread out. Now we have one major economy in the region-wide auction house. You kind of have to have a system that allows crafters to differentiate themselves, hence why specializations kicked in, so that some crafters go that way while some other crafters go that way, and hopefully everybody gets a piece of the pie. This is why if you took BFA's crafting system or Legion's crafting system and you dropped it into the game now with the region-wide auction house, not a single person would make a penny of gold. Not a single person. Everything would be at 1% margins permanently. There'd be no fluctuation, no skill gap, no nothing. It'd be aggressively boring. You'd have them leveled up within about 3 minutes flat. There'd be zero interest in it for the most part. It would just be something that players had to do. It'd be nothing more than a chore, but for everybody involved. At least with the system that we have now, the people who enjoy it can really enjoy it, and it's those players that fuel everybody with all of the stuff they want at a competitive rate on the auction house. And those people that don't care about it don't have to, other than they have to at least know the basics to get some gear crafted for themselves from the people that do enjoy it. That's where Blizzard's problem lies. It's too complicated to get the crafters to make something for those players that don't want to care about any of this in the first place. If they can fix that, and my suggestions to this have never changed, my suggestions to this is stop making everything bind on pickup. Stop making everything be a requirement of using a work order system. I know I sound like a broken record, but the work order system was unnecessary. The work order system fixed a solution to a problem that they created in Shadowlands. The problem they created in Shadowlands was that crafting got massively complicated, or the amount of different variations of items crafters could make in Shadowlands got overcomplicated. Look, if you go back to Shadowlands here, and you take something basic, a Shadow Steel Waistguard, the different buttons and options you had down here for a single bind-on pickup Shadow Steel Waistguard, sure, the materials that went into it were easy, but then you had missives, so you could select the different missives. So you had the two different combinations of missives you could have. You then had the item level modifiers on it, and then you had the end of the expansion 9.2. They added progenitor enhancements. So you when you sum up the different variations of a single piece of gear, you were potentially having 25 different variations of a single piece of what is in essence leveling / catch-up gear. It was bloated, massively, massively, massively bloated. They solved this problem. They solved this problem with work orders, which was in theory going to allow people to, instead of having to sift through 25 different auction listings from 50 different crafters on each individual server, which could easily account to like 100 listings. So people were trying to go through 100 listings, trying to find the piece of crafted gear that actually worked well for them. Along came the work order system, which was meant to supplement. It was meant to go along with the auction house. It was basically allow people to put in a custom order. Okay, I want this piece of gear, but I want it with these secondary stats. I want it at this item level, and I want this bonus slot on it. And it was for those people who wanted a very specific thing that they could just order it directly. But Blizzard took the time and the effort to build the system, revamp the crafting system, and so they were like, right, players have to use this new system because we've spent all this time and effort making it. And so I still think this is one of the biggest problems. They made all of the gear that crafters make today bind on pickup. And so it removed the auction house completely. They took that option away from you completely. If you want a customized piece of gear, you won't find it on the auction house. You have to get it custom made. And then they extended that to all sorts of silly things that totally do not need to be work orders, just to really drive engagement with the new system. Now we're starting to see, over an expansion and a half later, we're starting to see very strong, very consistent backlash and pushback on that design decision. How many you go find any forum thread that starts talking about crafting, and very quickly you'll see people are like, why can't I just buy this shit on the auction house anymore? Why can't I just go to the auction house and buy that piece of gear that I need? Why do I have to go through this unnecessarily complicated ordering system for everything? Stupid stuff is on this. Absolutely batshit crazy stuff. Who's ordering a wormhole generator via a work order? Why? Craft them. Put them on the auction house. Admittedly, these are still bind on equip and you can put them on the auction house. But, you know, they tried their hardest to push them through this system as well. Monday Ranthius is the best. Yeah, well, I've had 2 days of rest to to ramp it up, yeah. But this is what we're seeing. This is what we're seeing. In 11.1, Enchanters no longer making crests is the first thread. It's the first thread that they'll keep pulling. They'll keep pulling that thread until the system's actually nice and easy again. And I'm starting to hope that by 11.1 we might get midnight 12.0. We might start seeing the crafting system that I actually said, even before Dragonflight came out, is the best solution, which is allow for the work orders to supplement the auction house. Allow work orders for those people that want to highly customize something. Give people generic options that they can customize themselves if they wish. Buy a generic option off the auction house. Put your spark on it if needs be, right? Put the generic one out there, attach your spark to it to bring it up to the seasonal banding that you're playing it at the time. And then if they want to change the missives on it or something, they can give it back to a crafter. The recrafting works fine. But orders should literally supplement the basic generic system that's worked forever, which is the auction house. If you put everything on the auction house, then the whole idea of sparks and crests goes void. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You put a generic item on the auction house that doesn't do anything by itself. The person then buys that generic item. So the generic item, right? And you could still have quality on the generic items. You could have a quality 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 generic item. A Dredger's developed gauntlets could be a generic item. Oh, well, hang on. Let's pick a bind on pickup thing, right? A charged rune axe could be a generic item that crafters could make. Crafters could still make charged rune axes at quality 1 through till 5.
Tulok says, time for a dad joke.
Hang on, we'll come back to dad jokes in a minute.
Why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself? Because it was too tired. The classics never fail to pedal in some laughter. Got any more requests, Tulok?
But you could have a generic charged rune axe between qualities 1 through till 5, depending on how skilled that blacksmith was. They could be listed on the auction house. Somebody could buy that charged rune axe, and they take their they use their spark in their bag, and then they click the charged rune axe, just like how you apply an enchant to a piece of gear. Right? You take your spark, you'll have a limited amount of them, you apply it to your charged rune axe, and boom, hey presto, you get your 599 charged rune axe. Let the crafters do the crafter thing, and let the people do the things that they need to do. There doesn't need to be a crossover between those two categories of players. Quality 1 charged rune axe base items would obviously end up selling for significantly less than quality 5 charged rune axes. Then it would mean that people who want these bits of gear, why the hell does I don't know, who uses a one-handed axe these days? I don't know. Why the hell does a buyer, somebody that wants a charged rune axe, why do they need to know where you get superb beast fangs from, where you get storm touched weapon wraps from, where you get sanctified alloys from, where you get charged alloys from. Oh, and then what quality do I need for all of these? Why are all of those decisions being made by the person that wants to buy it? It makes no sense. If they knew all of that ahead of time, they'd have probably crafted it themselves. It's just, this is my point. There's too many points of friction. It's too overly complicated. People who want a charged rune axe could not care less about all this stuff. And this is the reason why they hate it. Because they have to go over here. Somebody's like, okay, Wowhead's Biss list tells me I need a charged rune axe. All right, I need a charged rune axe. Well, I come to this NPC, which for starters is nowhere near the fucking auction house. Right? I go, charged rune axe. Right, charged rune axe. Right, I have to look at this. Then I get a shopping list of materials. Right, so I have to track this recipe. I have to provide the spark. I figured out I have to provide the spark. I've tracked this recipe. Now I need to trundle over to the auction house. Or hop on your long boy, whichever one. But we can't, you know, we can't assume everybody has long boys. I have to go to the auction house. Now I've tracked that recipe. By default, you don't have this search button, by the way. Let's not forget that that's an add-on that gives you this button. So you go, okay, superb. Beast Fang. Right, I need, how many of these do I need? I need one of these. Buy one of this. I need a Storm Touch Summon. Oh shit, there's 3 qualities. What quality do I need? Well, if I want the best quality, I guess I need quality 3. I don't know. Okay, sure. Let's say you go through that whole process, you buy all of those materials, you then have to go get them from the mailbox, go back to the NPC over here. We've looted them from the mailbox, we have to come back here, we have to do the whole process again. Right, charged rune axe. Right. Now we've got a charged rune axe, you put all your materials in. Oh shit, now I need to find somebody that's actually going to craft it for me. Alright, now I've got to go to trade chat. Now I've got to say that I want one of these. I now have to tell a crafter what I want. It's so unnecessary, the whole lot of it. Massively, massively, massively unnecessary. Oh yeah, sorry. You're going to have to craft your crest first as well, by the way. Which is the first thread in 11.1 they're taking out. They're taking out this step of the process in 11.1. But it still requires people who want a single piece of gear. And like I said, people, oh, Biss list, Wowhead, this is the piece of gear I need. And this is the process people have to go through just to get a piece of crafted gear. When the alternative could very easily be, oh, okay, I need a... Wowhead says my Biss list charged rune axe is charged rune axe. I'm going to go to the auction house. I'm going to go charged rune axe. Right? And you'll get base items. You'll get 5 listings here of the base items. And it will be quality 1, quality 2, quality 3, quality 4, quality 5. You'll make a decision on which one you are willing to pay for. Base, you know... Surprise, surprise, quality 1s will be basically free. Quality 5s will be a little bit more expensive. That is as much of a decision that crafters should need to make. They buy the base item. Their spark in their bags. It works just like an enchant. You just apply it to the base item and hey presto, you've got your piece of gear. It could even be really clever, right? Now, I know this takes missives out of the game a little bit here, but missives could be pushed towards a recrafting thing. When you use your spark on a piece of gear, it could ask you, select two secondary stats. I want haste and I want mastery. Boom. Done. You could even make missives realistically work the same way. You make your base item and people customize and craft their item themselves. Crafters will make the base items. Let people use missives. Let people use their sparks, much like an enchant, to customize their piece of gear themselves. The system we have so far right now is massively convoluted and has been since Dragonflight launched. So basically it's like what it is with legendaries. Yeah, they got the system very close in Shadowlands. They were very close with the system in Shadowlands. Now, people look back at legendaries and it has negative connotations for a lot of people because legendaries were really expensive. But they were only really expensive because they took huge amounts of materials, right? If they, that's a very easy thing for Blizzard to balance, right? If they don't want crafted gear to be so expensive, they just don't use as many materials. So, they were very, very close with legendaries. Allowing quality in public orders as well would take away, and this is one of the threads that I think we're going to see soon, because let's say you've done all of that business and you've got your charged rune axe. Let's say you found all of you've done half the legwork. In 11.1, you'll just be able to go exchange your crests for the enchanted one, so you'll be able to film this box quite easily. Let's say you do all of this process yourself to begin with, which I still think is massively convoluted, but at least I think they should allow you to go public order quality. Putting public order and putting quality will, at this point in the game, has no real negative effect. Because you'll still see extra value by going with a personal order, because there's a strong chance you'll get it made cheaper. You'll likely get it cheaper if you do it via a personal order. Because public orders, if you give people the ability to set the quality here, public orders will be most people's first approach. And I say first because it will no longer be that public orders will be guaranteed. Because crafters can only do one a day. Let's not forget. There's still that restriction right now that a crafter can only fill one public order a day. The reason we do 3 or 4 at a time is because they stack up because nobody flipping uses the system, right? You can only fulfill one public order a day, meaning that unless you pay a sizable amount, your public order may not necessarily get filled. And if people put rank 1 materials here and then request quality 5, their order is just not going to get filled. So public orders will become the first place that people try. It will still be of value to people to find somebody to craft it for them. No longer because people all learn. People have learned. Look how many times you do a work order for people now. You don't even need to tell people that you need to provide quality 3 mats now. Orders just come in and they've got quality 3 mats by default. Because people have learned that, well, if I can't craft it myself, it's got to be the best quality mats if I want the best quality thing. And then this little button actually will have some value for the first time ever. If they put quality box here, this button might actually have some value. Because at the moment, this button's a meme. View similar orders. What do you mean? There isn't any orders ever. Because nobody uses the public order system. Those that do use it once, get quality 3 back, and then never use it again. I think the best solution, take this away, take this away, take this away, take these away. People have to provide a spark. In the current days, people provide a spark. And if people want to customize the secondary stats, they put their missives in there. And they can add, they can fill these boxes and they can put the spark in. Take these away, take these away. Put a quality box in here. And let the only thing that people have to worry about is the price. And they can see any outstanding orders. And if they want theirs filled, they're going to have to beat that price. It's so frustrating how Blizzard almost have the right system, but they've deliberately done certain things that make the system worse in order to push engagement with it. And if they start unraveling those bad decisions to force engagement, we'll have a much better system on our hands. And they're starting that in 11.1 with the enchant crests. But yeah,
has been fulfilled.
I've had this rant multiple times in the last few years. Only now is the general populace starting to see that I'm not talking absolute rubbish. And I'm not trying to just be, oh, Big Goblin wants to sell mythics on the auction house. No, I agree. Crafted mythics on the auction house is a terrible idea. That's why crafters should make quality 1 through to quality 5 base items that players then customize with their own sparks, with their own missives themselves. It doesn't take anything away from anybody else, but adds so much more flexibility to the whole system. Let crafters do the thing they enjoy, which is tinkering with their professions, figuring out the specializations, skilling up, getting better tools in order, figuring out what is the most optimal way to craft things. Let crafters do the stuff they enjoy, and then let them craft it and put it on the auction house so people can easily come along and buy it when they want. Public orders with quality can improve the crafting price ecosystem too. All of those, it's just one button click that publish the order at a low price will basically be ignored. Yeah, that's it. It will, the system should be designed to revolve around the currency that we magically have in the game already, That this button, when you view similar orders, should give people an indication that, oh, well, there's 5 outstanding orders for this already. Why are those 5 orders still there? Why haven't people crafted these orders? Whether it might be because the materials provided are too low to reach the quality that they've requested, or it could similarly be that people only get the ability to press the button once a day. If you don't put a number bigger than the numbers that are already here, you might not get your item crafted. Your alternative, if you don't want to go in a queue, is you go via a personal order, and then you do find a crafter, and then you can provide, then you can have that conversation about what materials are better. All of the negative things about the crafting order system and the professions are deliberately implemented that way. That's the thing I want to try and get people to understand. That there is a much better, much simpler solution for everybody. And Blizzard chose not to do that. I don't believe for 1 minute that Blizzard don't know all of this. I don't think I'm some, savant that has been able to see a better system than Blizzard devs. It's just simply a fact that they know that what I'm talking makes sense. But the way I want the system to be doesn't drive everybody through the work order system anywhere near as much as it does now. And it also doesn't provide statistics that they can track internally to say, oh yeah, we spent X amount of dev hours creating a new crafting system. We spent X amount of dev hours creating a new work order system. How many people engaged with that, and was it profitable to do? Which is how they, is the metrics they will follow. They want us to interact with people in game. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I've said this from the word go. Work orders is not a social interaction. It's a transaction. Very different. People aren't talking to other people because they want to talk to those other people. They're talking to that other person because they have something that they want from them. Like when you go into a supermarket and the cashier says, how are you doing today? Are you having a good day? And you go, yes, thanks. And you pack your shit and you leave. It's not proper social interaction. It's not like going for a beer with your mate. It's not a social interaction. You're a jewel crafter. You can make something. I want that thing. Forcing social interaction via crafting is just fundamentally false. Fundamentally false. But it was sold to people as the excuse to why the excuse to why they made everything bind on pickup and the reason why they made everything have to go through the work order system. Oh, we do this because we want to promote social engagement. No, you don't. You want to drive engagement with the new system because you spent a shitload of money developing it. And those devs, the last thing those devs want is their system to not be used or to be hated, because then it's a big black mark on their portfolio. This is why you see the threads being unraveled now. You start to see them picking away at it, and I think we'll see a lot more of this soon. Sounds a lot more than would be said in a Finnish supermarket. Finnish people get it. Finnish people get it. You can go do an entire... You can walk through stores and not speak to a single person in Finland. It's actually wonderful. The only slight exception to that rule is retail still has this weird thing about you must greet every customer. But it rarely goes anywhere. The reality is you can go to a supermarket, you can go to a checkout. The most that will be said is like anything else with that, like just in case you want, you know, cigarettes or whatever, right? But for the most part, you can stroll through, you do your whole shop, you won't speak to anybody. Finland gets it. I just want a list of names that can potentially make my item. Let me click on that name and be done with it. You know, CraftScan does that now. If you have the craft, this is why CraftScan needs to be more well adopted by people, because that's actually a thing. When you go to order something, there's a button that CraftScan adds that is find crafters. And it will list other people that are online that have the ability to do it. So Bezo Bucks is actually my alt. But this is another Fire Bitch, apparently. Lovely name. Fire Bitch is somebody else that's online that can also craft this. And that's done through CraftScan. So you could whisper them. Left click to request a craft from them. Right click to open whisper. So yeah, CraftScan is more than just for crafters that want to fill the work orders. It also offers some nice little quality of life for people who need to find something. Let me, for example, try and go with like the Amulet of Earth and Craftsmanship, for example, because I know this is a popular one. I can click Find Crafter now, and you can see. So anytime there's a name in brackets, it shows that the player that's online is not the one that can do it, but they have an alt that can. This Isru guy is a dual crafter and has this recipe. And you can see here, I can craft it, need tier 3 mats, tip whatever you feel is fair, is their offering. And I could request a craft from this, or I could whisper them, or I could just put their name in a box and send them an order and then tell them I've done it. That happens occasionally. Somebody will be like, can you craft this for me when you've got a minute? And they've already sent the order to you. So yeah. It's taken an add-on to do what Blizzard should have done in the first place. Surprise, surprise. We've never seen that before, have we? No, not Craft Sim. Craft Scan. Craft Scan.
My thanks for your patronage.
So, this one. No, not that one. Lies. Chat orders. This one. It's a craft scan. I've not actually done even a video on this, to be honest, but it's one that everybody should be using, in my opinion. Crafters or not crafters. Literally every single player in the game could benefit from using this. By proxy of the fact that everybody, whether you do PvP, whether you do Mythic Plus, whether you do top-end raiding, anybody that needs to get a piece of gear crafted could benefit from having this add-on installed. For that one simple button, honestly. For the fact that you come here and you go, oh, I need that charged rune axe. I need that charged rune axe. Now, obviously, you could just holler in trade chat and you'll get a bunch of whispers real fast, but not everybody puts 2 and 2 together. The fact that this adds a button here, which is find crafters, and boom, hey look, there's 3 people that are online, which Their alts have the ability to craft it. You could whisper one of these guys and go, do you mind jumping on your alt to craft this for me? What do you charge? And it does often happen. Not as much as I think it should do, but that's clearly because CraftScan isn't very widely adopted, unfortunately, outside of the crafting. In fact, it's getting a bad reputation for itself because it's seen as bot from the wider community. It needs to do something. Maybe it requires a video from a couple of content creators to put it in better light. That it's because people, you know, when they whisper in trade chat and they get 10 whispers back instantly, they're like, oh well, there's 10 bots that are stealing all of the orders. No, they're other people that are just using an add-on. And those that, you know, maybe customize it a little bit more probably do better from it. Where does that info come from? The add-on, as far as I'm aware, the add-on uses hidden chat channels. And anybody that uses the add-on monitors... The add-on is monitoring different chat channels. So anybody that's online in the area at the moment will be in that chat channel. And other users can scan what they're able to do and what their alts have done. So it connects all of the accounts together via hidden chat channels, I believe. TSM does the same a lot, actually, with its account sync. There's a fair few add-ons that use hidden chat channels to communicate. But yeah, craft scan. What's the megabyte usage of it? No idea. It only shows my top 3, which is all the things Craft Sim and Zygo. But yeah, Craft Scan definitely could be utilized by a lot more people. Where's CurseForge? How's it doing downloads wise in CurseForge? This will give a reasonable idea. Yeah, see, this is your problem, right? Only 80k downloads. Which means in the grand scheme of things, it's very niche. It's used by crafters, but it's not widely adopted by other people, even though anybody that's looking at getting a piece of gear crafted could definitely benefit by having this. And you know, when you whisper in trade chat that you want a piece of gear crafted and you get this message back, it's by somebody that's using CraftScan. Does the character have to be on the same account to show up in the CraftScan list of names that your alts can do? You set all of that up within the add-on. The quick answer is no. So much so that some people use CraftScan on like their bank character that just sits at the auction house. And if you stand around, you know, if you stand around wherever there's trade chat doing your auction house stuff on one account, your CraftScan can be running in the background. Like so when I go and try and place an order for something, and I click on Find Crafter, those ones that have the name in brackets is the name that's logged on right now. But the name to the side of it is that player's alt that can craft the thing. And so if you're just logged on a bank character, your bank character name would show up, but it would say that this is my alt that can craft this. And to them, it doesn't matter whether it's one account or another that's crafting it, you know?
My thanks for your patronage.
So yeah, the add-on itself could probably do with a little bit more exposure to the general masses. Maybe shake its facade of it just being bot crafters that everybody hates. Because, like I said, literally everybody could benefit from using it. Start a marketing campaign, spam trade chat every 30 minutes on all realms. Yeah, that's probably not the best idea. Having the less going on in /2, the better, to be honest, these days. 9 times out of 10, the issues I see with people getting, like, people who almost always crafters who feel that they get banned unfairly is because they've spent too much time spamming in trade chat. Because those crafters, I don't have trade chat even open, but those crafters that you see spamming trade chat all the time, people go through and just right-click report all of them. Reporting them for spam. Right? And then, you know, enough of that happens, they get banned. Boom. Or they got targeted by a crafting cartel. We hear that rubbish a lot. Flipping crafting cartels. There's no goblin out there that is teaming up with other goblins. You know why? Because those other goblins could be taking their profits. Crafting cartels is the most ludicrous thing I've heard of in this game. But people will make any old excuse to justify why they got banned for doing something. But the reality is crafters get banned for spamming trade chat too much. No refunds? No refunds is not anywhere near a cartel. Bit of column A, bit of column B, yeah. If enough people report you, you get banned, and then good luck with getting in contact with a real GM. Yeah. Yeah, any spamming of trade chat in any way, shape, or form is something you should probably not do. But throughout all of Dragonflight, it was your only option. How do you tell the masses that you can craft something? You either wait and you sit and you watch trade chat, patiently waiting for somebody to say, looking for Jewel Crafter, and then you click on them and you whisper them and you try and do your thing, and you sit there proactively watching trade chat, or your eyes just start to spin for hours on end. Or you set up an add-on that just automatically posts an advert in trade chat every 5 minutes. But in doing that, you put yourself in massive risk of somebody coming along going, I don't like you, and reporting you. It's so dumb, but that's another reason why people should use Craft Scan, because let the add-on scan trade chat for you so you don't have to. No refunds isn't a cartel, it's a cult, the cult of Ranthius. Just a friendly local neighborhood cult. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. But boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today. I want to keep it relatively chill over the next couple of days because, of course, Wednesday is big day with patch launch. I was just trying to get the fortune cards ticked off for today, if anything else. I might put the conclusion of that into a little bit of a video. I need to keep the YouTube ticking over because I'm not, am I? Let's be honest. I don't think I've posted a video in like 6 weeks. But anyway, yes, thank you all for joining today. I apologise I went on Ranthius mode a little bit towards the end of that. But some of the changes we're seeing are slowly but surely, in my opinion, going in the right direction. Going in the right direction of making the whole system simpler for everybody, which the more simple a system is for everybody to use, the more people that will happily use it. The more people that happily use it, the more potential crafters will be needed. It'll be good all round. Good all round. What's the best class? I mean, BM Hunter. BM Hunter for life. So yeah, thank you all for joining. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. We'll be back tomorrow. And then Wednesday will probably be a bit of a bumper stream because, of course, patch launch. So enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for coming. I'll see you all next time. Peace.